This is the Tinfoil Tuesday theme song.
What the fuck is this?
CC here. Chris, Westchester County. CGI, bullshit. Bud Light, bullshit.
I don't care.
We're all cats, motherfucker.
I'm actually a lizard person.
What rules?
Do not put pee in your nose!
You sons of bitches.
My poop comes out of my butthole.
I can't argue with that. Yeah, okay.
They gotta make it sexy.
Recently, I've been, checking out incest porns.
They gotta make it sexy.
I'd bust my nut in the gym. Do you understand? Metaphorically.
They gotta make it sexy.
If I wash my ass, then it'll taste delicious. And then what's to stop 9/11 Dracula from coming to eat my ass? Ahaha, wink wink. I'm part of the secret organization. I don't want to be living in the year 3000 without a conspiracy theorist to make fun of on a consistent basis. Remember penises? Now we all have robo-genitals. Come on, be a part of the robots with us, okay? Tinfoil Tuesday. This is the Tinfoil Tuesday theme song.
What the fuck is this?
CC here. Chris, Westchester County. CGI, bullshit. Bud Light, bullshit.
I don't care.
We're all cats, motherfucker.
I'm actually a lizard person.
What rules?
Do not put pee in your nose!
You sons of bitches.
My poop comes out of my butthole.
I can't argue with that. Yeah, okay.
They gotta make it sexy.
Recently, I've been, checking out incest porns.
They gotta make it sexy.
I'd bust my nut in the gym. Do you understand? Metaphorically.
They gotta make it sexy.
If I wash my ass, then it'll taste delicious. And then what's to stop 9/11 Dracula from coming to eat my ass? Ahaha, wink wink. I'm part of the secret organization. I don't want to be living in the year 3000 without a conspiracy theorist to make fun of on a consistent basis. Remember penises? Now we all have robo-genitals. Come on, be a part of the robots with us, okay? Tinfoil Tuesday. This is the Tinfoil Tuesday theme song.
What the fuck is this?
CC here. Chris, Westchester County. CGI, bullshit. Bud Light, bullshit.
I don't care.
We're all cats, motherfucker.
I'm actually a lizard person.
What rules?
Do not put pee in your nose!
You sons of bitches.
My poop comes out of my butthole.
I can't argue with that. Yeah, okay.
They gotta make it sexy.
Recently, I've been, checking out incest porns.
They gotta make it sexy.
I'd bust my nut in the gym. Do you understand? Metaphorically.
They gotta make it sexy.
If I wash my ass, then it'll taste delicious. And then what's to stop 9/11 Dracula from coming to eat my ass? Ahaha, wink wink. I'm part of the secret organization. I don't want to be living in the year 3000 without a conspiracy theorist to make fun of on a consistent basis. Remember penises? Now we all have robo-genitals. Come on, be a part of the robots with us, okay? Tinfoil Tuesday. This is the Tinfoil Tuesday theme song.
What the fuck is this?
CC here, Chris, Westchester County. CGI bullshit. Bud Light bullshit.
I don't care.
We're all cats, motherfucker.
I'm actually a lizard person.
What rules?
Do not put pee in your nose!
You sons of bitches.
My poop comes out of my butthole.
I can't argue with that. Yeah, okay.
They gotta make it sexy.
Recently, I've been, checking out incest porns.
They gotta make it sexy.
I'd bust my nut in the gym. Do you understand? Metaphorically.
They gotta make it sexy.
If I wash my ass, then it'll taste delicious. And then what's to stop 9/11 Dracula from coming to eat my ass? It's a good question, past me. It's a good question. Ahaha, wink
Let me
wink.
get the screen right.
I'm part of the secret organization. I don't want to be living in the year 3000 without a conspiracy theory.
Hello everyone, welcome. How are you doing? Welcome to another Tinfoil stream. I hope your week's gone well. I'm excited. Tomorrow I'm going to a Pride thing. Very exciting. If you see me there, I said this before, I'm not telling people where I'm going specifically, but if you're in Michigan and you see me at a Pride thing tomorrow that I'm going to, feel free to come up and be like, hello, I recognized you from the internet. Just don't be weird. Don't be weird. I'm the weird one. How's it going, everyone? Let's see what I missed in the comments. I think we just have Annie Kai resubscribing with 25 months. Says 2 more months and that's another sub, baby. Exciting. I also am tantalized by the puppet milk. I'm glad the audience is too. You're going next week? Fun stuff. I hope we have a nice Pride. You know what's weird? The Pride I'm going to... one of the first things at the opening of the Pride is the national anthem? Is that typical? Why are they doing the national anthem at Pride? Oh. Anyway. So, let's, I guess just get into it. Like I said, today we're going to be looking mostly at people that you guys have sent me at one time or another on the Discord, which you should join if you haven't already.
What's going on, guys? Welcome to another video.
Whoopsie. Sorry about that. I can't guarantee...
Remember this in September 2020?
Why is it doing this? I can't guarantee that we're going to watch the entirety of every video, because again, these were selected by chat, so you never know what's going to be the content or if things are going to be sort of redundant or whatever. But we'll take a look at a lot of these, so it'll be good. Maybe it'll be the gay national anthem? No, it's the American national anthem. The cops are going to be there too. And not just like generally in like oh, cops, like it's the city. Of course there are cops. Like cops are at there's like a family section for Pride, and the cops are handing out candy to kids. I don't like it. I don't like it. Anyway, volume level is of me or of other things? Anyway.
MH Darkbeast says, "Howdy, Hannah. You look great today. Did I see they pulled another all lead the march on January 6th and then ducked out? He did it again." Is this the food thing? Yeah, I saw that. He told people at the restaurant, like, "I'm buying food for everyone!" and fucked off. That's so funny. Okay. Anyway, let's just get into some of this stuff that you guys sent. Let's see what they are. This one's called Dumbs and the Underground War. Some of these are from Discord, some of these you guys sent on Twitter, DMs and stuff. Red-pilled Republican. Very original. H. Baird says, "I believe that we should do things like singing the national anthem at Pride unless the Republicans stop being fashy. We'll make open displays of patriotism super gay. If that doesn't work, we'll make big trucks covered in flags super gay, then guns, then crappy beer. If they don't stop, we'll make everything they love super gay." Who's with me? That's actually, like, not the worst strategy. If you could genuinely convince the entire, like, LGBTQIA plus community to, like, do random acts of just absurd patriotism, having American flags and shit, it would be hilarious. I think it would also confuse right-wingers, and it would make them look more ridiculous when they're like, "These gay demons hate America!" I'm not saying that's a realistic or reasonable strategy. I'm just saying, in hypothetical, it's interesting to think about. So there's a tunnel that goes somewhere under this mountain, because that's a thing tunnels do. Oh God, the audio quality.
Right now there are 131 active deep underground military bases in the United States. There's 1,477 of them worldwide. It'd take a year to 2 years to build each one, and now they're capable of building.
Do you know how long it takes to tunnel? Tunnel boring is a very slow process that takes a long time, so I don't know if it takes a year for these things, but yes, there are some underground military installations. That's a thing. This is a thing conspiracy theorists do, as you guys know. I've pointed it out before. They'll take something that is true, right? The idea that there are underground military bases. You may have seen something similar in, like, Stargate. That's based on a real thing that exists. There are real federally owned tunnels, but, like, you know, they do storage for things. Like, the cheese vault. Have you guys heard of the cheese vault? I would imagine they do some sort of, like, military testing things there, so it's away from the prying eyes of any, like, other countries' intelligence agencies and stuff like that. There are reasons you would want to have maybe a secret military base underground, right? It's not the thing this guy is saying. The implication he's going to make, I assume, based on the fact that he seems like a QAnon guy, is that these are used for child trafficking, which they most certainly are not.
Building a couple of them a year with sophisticated methods. Groom Lake is where the infamous Area 51, S4, S2, it was later become the most secret base in the United States. We built 9 underground military bases there.
I have one of these in Grand Theft Auto Online.
Each with an average capacity capable of basically a city underground, roughly 4¼ cubic miles hollowed out underground.
What does it say? When Trump was elected president of the United States, he began a large-scale operation to exterminate the cabal. That is why almost all politicians around the world were infuriated by his victory in elections. Maybe. Maybe it's because he's a probable rapist, and a racist, and a bigot, and a selfish asshole, and, like, just a giant man-child. These are probably the reasons that a lot of people were upset. It has nothing to do with some secret fucking cabal. He's just unlikable. The Cheyenne Mountain used to be where NORAD was based out of, or NORAD, sorry. They're underground because they were designed to be safe from nukes, so we can fire our nukes in retaliation. The world is stupid. I forget who made this comparison. I don't know if it was Carl Sagan or something. But, yes, like War Games with Matthew Broderick. Good movie. Oh gosh, I blanked on what I was gonna say. Oh, someone made a comparison where they're like, mutually assured destruction is like two people are in a confined room and they're up to their waists in gasoline and they both have matches and they're like threatening each other. Like, hey, what's the point? What are we doing? Is this smart? What are we doing? Fedekagami says, oh yeah, I've heard this conspiracy. That guy thinks there's 1,800 of those throughout the world. That's, that he thought no one knew about. Oh my god, they always tout this number. Again, child trafficking is a thing. I understand this. It is a serious issue. There are federal, like, investigations into this all the time, which is good. But when they quote this statistic in conspiracy theories, it's misleading. The vast majority of children that are quote-unquote lost, A, are found, B, when they are found, most of the time, like the vast majority, they're found with a family member, mostly a non-custodial parent that kidnaps the child because they're upset that the other parent has the kid. Most of these children are found. Again, missing children is always a tragedy. I understand this. I'm not saying kidnapping from strangers is a zero issue, but it is not the primary issue at play with this number. It's misleading at best. I would be a little less nice about it and say it's just a lie. They're using this number to scare people into thinking every day a bunch of children are being snatched on street corners in every city in the country for some secret government bullshit. It's not true. You have a video for me? Let's see.
But it was I, Dio!
God damn it. Everyone who makes me watch anime is the worst person. Also, Sume 36 months says, new baby, name it, Hannah. Oh wow, 36 months. 3 years. Okay, this sub-baby's name is going to be Baby Sume. Baby Sume.
Thank you all for being here as we mark the 20th anniversary of Trafficking Victims Protection Act. Very important.
Again, this is actually something that I think is a good thing that happened under the Trump presidency. There was, to my understanding, an expansion of investigations into child trafficking, which is a good thing. I think that's good.
20 years ago, this nation took...
Again, with conspiracy theorists taking something that is true, but completely taking it out of context and saying it implies a completely different thing than it actually does. Dahlia Vianney says, got paid so I have new bits to give you. Also, my uncle has a, like, full nuclear bunker and an arsenal in the middle of nowhere. But he also owns a gun store and a funeral home, so maybe he has some kind of reason, or maybe he's insane. Who knows? That's genius. Play both sides. Sell the guns and... present the dead after they're shot. Genius.
A historic step to protect the victims of this form of modern-day slavery here in the United States and all around the world.
Remember all those pictures of Trump with Jeffrey Epstein hanging out at parties? And Trump talking about, like, oh yeah, he loves them young, just like me.
My administration is 100% committed to eradicating human trafficking from the earth. An estimated 25 million people around the world today are being held captive, manipulated, and abused by human traffickers.
Yeah, it's fucked up. Moira Soma says, but the Republicans voted against financial help for trafficking victims, every single one, so they just don't care. Oh, of course they don't. They're using it for political points. Jake Thoney with 15 months at tier 3 says, hello? Hello. Thanks for 15 months. 92% to level 2 on a hype train.
In 2018 alone, the national...
Are we gonna play anything else, or are you just gonna play this Trump speech? Okay. He trained thousands of soldiers for special operations. Trump specifically did that. Bumble Homestead, thanks for 200 bits, getting us over level 2.
They're not all dying, but a lot of them are dying. And so
What website is that from? Confirmed! It's babies! Under the tents in Central Park, President Trump is a hero. Babies and small children are being treated beneath the tents of the Field Medical Hospital in Central Park. If they're being treated, that would mean that they're sick and getting help? Why is that nefarious?
it's really hard.
2% to level 3.
They got the
Okay. Interesting one. What else? Oh yeah, this person is like a conspiracy theorist and also into Star Trek or something? Which is weird. They're gonna eat your babies!
I told you.
What's happening with Call lately? He's pretty much been eradicated from YouTube. He has a Rumble channel that he rarely posts to. He's trying to build out another YouTube channel, but it hasn't been quite as successful as his other ones so far. We do need Boxy, thank you for the reminder. Let me find Boxy. There they are. They, them pronouns for Boxy today.
There is a...
He doesn't have a BitChute. Sometimes other people will repost his stuff to BitChute, but he doesn't have a thing on BitChute.
Star being watching over us all. What if through modern science I could prove that there is more to our reality, to existence, than you were misled to believe? That is what we are here to do today. It's not good enough to
just next-gen theme song.
Know our enemy. We must love our allies before we can charge into battle. The battle to end suffering, misery, and fear, once and for all.
Proof that a caring, compassionate guardian exists. Oh boy. It says, all matter, including our bodies with our 37 trillion plus cells, are fluctuating and vibrating in and out of existence at least several times per second within the quantum field. Don't you love when randos on the internet talk about quantum physics as if they know what the fuck they're talking about? I hate it. Two minutes left in the hype train. The atoms that make up our surroundings are covered in energy with information and relentless activities that goes on inside the protons, neutrons, and electrons. Okay, first of all, what do you mean by energy, and what do you mean by information? These people use these words so willy-nilly that you need to define these terms in this context. What do you mean energy? Do you mean some kind of field? What? What do you mean by information? Anything that can kind of be quantified, like, arguably is information, or defined. Like, what do you mean by information? Minute left on the hype train, 2% to level 3.
And desires.
There we go. I wondered what it was.
Proof of quantum mechanics. With the knowledge that there is not only theoretical proof of quantum mechanics, which could also be seen as related.
We weren't playing bingo today. At least I wasn't planning on it.
Or even the same...
If you want to play it for fun, though, sure, word salad.
Idea or conceptual workings, like the laws...
Speedy Yoshi says, happy and good trans news cleanse for later. Okay. Good. Fucking good. We'll take a look at that in a little bit when we need it. 30 seconds! Save the hype train.
Attraction that mostly explains manifesting wishes, goals, and desires.
Oh god, it's the law of attraction bullshit. It's the fucking secret. For those who don't know, you remember some years ago when a lot of people were into that book, The Secret? If you don't know what that book was about, it's woo-woo bullshit. Jake Thoney, thanks for 500 bits. Thanks for level 2 hype train, everyone. So The Secret, if you don't know what in the world that's about, is the law of attraction. And the idea is that they think there's some sort of law in the universe that if you think about wanting something bad enough, the universe will bring it to you. This isn't how anything works. The universe isn't going to do that. Now, don't get me wrong. If you spend your time focusing on the things you want, I think you're more likely to succeed in those things just because you have more drive and focus, and you're centralizing your behavior around achieving those goals, right? You're setting goals and working towards them. But they try and code it in this level of magical woo-woo nonsense where the universe is magic and gives you shit. It's awful.
We have the ability to add weight to commonly held beliefs, which, like science and so many other innovations or discoveries, can seem frightening at first. And I will grant that when we have to admit, yes, we can prove this, and yes, it works, we have no fucking clue why, that could be a bit scary.
H. Baird says, can confirm, despite decades of wanting the universe has yet to give me a Tim Burton Batmobile. That's true. Last I checked, I still anatomically do not have the parts that I have been wanting basically my whole life. Believe me, if I woke up one morning and got basically free bottom surgery from the universe, I'll believe whatever the universe tells me to believe. I don't even care. I have no standards in that point. If anyone's like, what's your sellout price? Mine is bottom surgery. So if anyone wants to pay me off, I will literally shill any sort of awful propaganda you want if you get me bottom surgery. Anyone who doesn't want to take up that offer for audience retention purposes, that is a joke.
Thankfully, what we are proving...
That is a joke. H. Baird says, nope, that was
not
the Tim Burton
only so
Batmobile.
profound in its historical...
Dahlia Vianney, thanks for 14 months, says, 14 months of giving you money. Everyone manifest Hannah's free bottom surgery from the universe. Sume says, will you advertise for me? Sing my praises from the rooftops? Yes. If you got me bottom surgery, yes. Smish says, I literally bought that book by accident. It was when I was in high school and just started reading. So young and naive me thought that it was a fantasy adventure book. I read the whole thing because it was tiny and wanted to at least read what I paid for. It was such a stupid thing.
Political and societal implications. But it's also just profoundly awesome in the fact that it can give us such empowerment. The general idea
look at all this fucking B-roll
regarding manifestation is that one must generate the concept mentally and then empower it through either focused positive reinforcement.
It's kind of funny to me that this guy, in another video that's pulled up from him, is also heavily about Star Trek. Like, it uses Star Trek music and clips from Star Trek many times in it to make whatever point he's trying to make. Star Trek is pretty, like, not supernatural. Like, crazy things happen in Star Trek, but it's always a science thing that's explained. And I know he thinks that's what he's doing here by basically trying to techno-babble quantum physics that he definitely doesn't understand. But he's not. It's still woo-woo. He's just pretending it's Star Trek techno-babble when it's just babble. It's just babble.
Or a fearless, faithful attitude. That amounts to the sheer belief that your wish will come true, no matter what. A famous experiment that proves our minds do more than we think was placing a computer...
What are the wormhole aliens? No, they're not spiritual bullshit. The planet that they're next to certainly thinks so. Kira's species, why am I blanking? The Bajorans think so, but that's their interpretation. It's clearly a natural phenomena. They're not even the weirdest thing in the Star Trek universe. Look at Q. right? It kind of follows the sci-fi truism that any sufficiently advanced technology appears like magic. It's kind of like that. It's all naturalistic, it's just really high-level complexity that humans haven't figured out yet in the universe.
In a lead-lined, isolated room, and having it...
What's the explanation for Q? Gravity.
Generate specific numeric patterns. Then placing a person in the room at the same time...
John Delancey wasn't even cast, he just walked onto set one day, and no one was brave enough to tell him to leave.
And seeing if anything would change. It in fact did, and proved that our brains put out some stellar waves that affect the world around.
Stellar waves? Stellar means star. You think your brain releases star waves? What the fuck do you think that even means?
Around us. Most spiritual beliefs regarding guardian deities like a divine creator show that the creator generally places a piece of themselves in their creations, meaning that a piece of the creator is within us all.
That is specious reasoning. There are so many other explanations you could have for that. Primarily, you could assume that many cultures have religions and many have deities in particular that they believe protect them in some way, because that's a key part of both human sociology, culture, and psychology. We tend to, and this has been explored in psychology, humans tend to ascribe intent to things that don't have any intent, because it's easier for us as humans, the way we evolved, to understand consciousness than to understand unmotivated systems. It's more intuitive for a human to be like, I don't know, when this falls down, it just does. A god must want it to happen, because we understand things through intent. When we were on the savannas trying to survive, if we saw a rustling in the bushes, it's better for your survival if you assume maybe there's an intent behind that rustling, an animal coming to eat you, than maybe just the wind. You know what I mean? And you see this in human language, too. This is so fundamental to the way we think about things, we don't even really think about it. Think about, like, when an electronic device or something doesn't work. You get frustrated, and not just in general. Sometimes you'll get frustrated at the thing that's not working, and you'll get mad, which makes no sense, because of course it's not doing it on purpose. It's a thing, right? But we get frustrated nonetheless, because our brains are wired to imagine things as always having intent, as having some sort of thought behind them. But that's not how the world works. But because that's how our brains work, humans all around the world have ascribed those things to anthropomorphized characters, which we see as like deities and other supernatural beings that people believe in. Like, that's fine. I'm not telling people they can't do that, but it's not evidenced.
When you realize that most of these beliefs share such great similarities with one another, and that a great many of them were created in total separation from one another, then the truth is that these things are coming from within us all.
Oh my god, I hate when people quote, like, Einstein or Tesla in conspiracy videos as if they would agree with any of this fucking bullshit. Not that it matters either way. It's a weird, like, how do I put this? It's a weird argument from authority. Like, Einstein, obviously a smart guy, you know? I understand that. Great mathematician and physicist, of course. But, like, that doesn't mean everything he said was true, even if he did agree with you. Which he didn't. I don't believe Einstein was necessarily religious. I know he was, like, Jewish, ethnically, culturally, he was Jewish. But, like, I don't know if he was particularly religious. Either way, I don't think he believed in this woo-woo bullshit. I just don't. I think there's another quote that, like, woo-woo or Christian people try and use sometimes, religious people in general, where he said, like, maybe it was even Stephen Hawking who said this. Some physicist or mathematician at some point said, God doesn't play dice with the universe, but that person was using God poetically. That was Einstein? Okay. So people latch on to that and think, oh my god, he must have believed in God. Not necessarily. Maybe he did. I don't know. I don't think it matters. The point is that just because someone is smart at one thing and does something amazing, like developing general and special relativity, doesn't mean they're good at everything. Look at, Sir Isaac Newton, for instance, gave us Principia Mathematica, or however you say it, principles of mathematics, developed, the laws of thermodynamics and how we came to understand the basics of gravity and stuff like that. Fundamental in forming, like, science as we know it today, and physics, right? And understanding the world around us on laws and math as opposed to just, like, feelings, right? But also, he was a biblical numerologist who spent time trying to decipher secret messages from the Bible, right? You can be very smart and do amazing things on one thing and be very wrong about other things. He was also an alchemist. He was trying to turn lead into gold, like a lot of other alchemists at the time, Einstein was Jewish. It's very possible to be Jewish and not believe in a little personification of God. Yeah, I know that. It's actually funny because, I don't know if you guys have ever seen the show Touched by an Angel. You guys seen Touched by an Angel? There's an episode of that show where, if you don't know the premise, is there a TV trope's name for the kind of show where every week there's a main character, but they kind of travel around, and every episode they solve someone else's problem? Incredible Hulk, Knight Rider, Quantum Leap, Highway to Heaven. You guys know what I'm talking about. Anyway, Touched by an Angel is a similar show. In every episode, the main character, Angel, whose name I forget, Littlest Hobo, is that the name of the trope? Basically an anthology show that has one main character that keeps showing up, so it's not an anthology show. You get it. In an episode, there's a physicist not a physicist, I apologize, a geneticist who's trying to clone a human, okay? Because she wants a baby. So she's gonna clone a human and inseminate herself with this clone stuff. And the clone she decides to make is she wants to make an Einstein baby and, like, inseminate herself with a clone of Einstein so she can raise Einstein as a baby, right? So anyway, the angel shows up because God is against human cloning, I guess. And the thing that the scientist is not, like, listening to any of the shit the angel is saying, but the, like, climactic end that finally changes the scientist's view is, she's like, I just want to have a baby. I can imagine our first Christmas together. And the angel says to her, like, let's imagine her name was Molly. But Molly, Einstein was Jewish. As if religion is like a genetic thing and you can't raise your kid to be whatever religion you want. And as if, honestly, even as if secular people don't celebrate fucking Christmas. It was a shit show. Absolute fucking shit show. Midnight, thanks for 27 months, says good evening, everyone. Good evening to you as well. I believe is that a sub-baby? 27 months? This sub-baby's name is going to be Marissa Calcutta. Marissa Calcutta. Fennikagami says a version of Monster of the Week, and yes, I watched Touched by an Angel. Yeah, Doctor Who's a good example of it, too. Yeah. Sorry, H-Baird. H-Baird said, to be fair, Tesla was a real crackpot when he was older. He didn't keep up with the rapidly changing understanding of physics during his life, so a lot of the more grandiose ideas he had, like his death ray or Wardenclyffe Tower, wouldn't have worked. And that's the funny thing. This same idea that, like, a smart person has to be smart about everything they say comes into conspiracy theorists' understanding of Tesla, too. A lot of them go like, oh, Tesla was treated like shit and he could have provided us free energy, you know? No, he couldn't. Wireless energy is not really a thing that's reasonable, at least not with any kind of technology that exists today, and certainly not back then because of the square cube law. The further away you get from the source, the more the energy is, like, dissipated. So you can't really have a centralized tower projecting energy out because it would be incredibly inefficient. Like, it would not work reasonably for any practical purpose. But conspiracy theorists just assume, oh, it's a conspiracy that we're not all getting free energy. No. Thanks for the TV tropes page. Walking the Earth. Live action TV. Danger Theater. Doctor Who. Yep. Have Gun Will Travel. Hercules, Legendary Journeys. Highway to Heaven. Incredible Hulk. Knight Rider. Kung Fu. That's another good example. With David Carradine. Don't make a joke. Don't make a joke. Don't make a joke. Nowhere Man. Quantum Leap. Sliders! Sliders is another good example. Supernatural. Touched by an Angel. X-Files. No, that's more Monster of the Week. Still. Xena? Okay. You guys get what I'm talking about. Where was the video we were watching? Where did it go? Where did it go? Is it here? Is it there? Is it there? Is it there? Is it here? Is it there? Is it there? God damn it. It had to be this one, right? There we go. For reference, oh god. How many tabs? Right now I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 28 tabs. To be clear, guys, you guys complain about the number of tabs I have. These are all for this stream. These are all for this stream. I'm clicking between them for the stream. I don't keep these open all the time. I literally came up here like 3 hours ago, pulled up all the videos I wanted for us to watch. Like, if I close all the tabs, the show is done. Do you guys get that? The tabs are for the show that we're doing right now. I'm doing it. I'm talking into a microphone and a camera and you're watching. This is the show. If I close the tabs, then we have no content. And I close all the tabs as soon as the stream is done. I'm not a boomer. I'm not leaving tabs open for no goddamn reason. It's my job.
There's a voice that keeps on calling me.
Oh, is the dog? The dog is the main character? Jake Thoney says, but have you tried closing the tabs? I'll close your tab.
Down the road. That's what
Jake Thoney says, did you know you can close them? I will turn this stream around.
I'll always be. Every stop I make a new friend.
Does anyone remember the 101 good deeds of Eddie McDowd? Oh shit. Whoopsie. That's not what I wanted. Similar, but it was a talking... Oh my god, the whole show's on YouTube. The guy was like a bad guy, and then he died, and in order to get into heaven, he had to do like 101 good deeds as a dog.
I'm Eddie McDowd. I'm a dog, and I talk.
Oh my god, was Seth Green the voice of the fucking dog in this? Kind of like Quigley, yeah, but less funny, because Quigley has, Brain Damage McGee. What's his name?
I'm Eddie McDowd. I'm a dog, and I talk. I used to be a kid, a bad kid, but then I messed with the wrong guy.
Eddie, you have failed as a human.
He turned me into a dog. Can you believe this? That freak turned me into a dog. To be a kid again, I have to do 100 good deeds, and the only person who can hear me talk is the last person I picked on. You? Now I'm living with this.
He left Buffy the Vampire Slayer for this?
Kid and his
That's not the real reason.
family. They love me, but they treat me like a dog.
Oh, this theme song, shit. Deep memory. Oh yeah, this is after.
Better get started on them good deeds.
I don't think there was like a finale where he actually became a human again, was there? Let's see. They have all the episodes on here. What's the last episode? Does he do it?
Sure is tough.
Drifter!
No, it looks like he does not become a human again, and it does seem like the end theme song of the show is Who Let the Dogs Out by the Baha Men, because subtlety is dead, and 9/11 killed it. Just makes me think of Mitt Romney. Okay. Seth Green's weird in that he's a celebrity that's consistently been in things I've been watching since I was a literal child, but I have basically no opinion of him as a human being other than that he's an NFT bro, and that's cringe. Like, he's in the Austin Powers movies, and, like, I like him in the first Austin Powers movie, and in the second he's okay. Because he's, you know, being the teenager as a foil to Dr. Evil. Kind of funny. But then, like, he did Robot... I liked Robot Chicken when I was a kid, but I've tried to watch Robot Chicken as an adult. I have a hard time. There's funny bits in Robot Chicken, but you gotta dig. A lot of that shit's so fucking immature. I know the irony of me saying that. I'm just, you know, I can be a hypocrite. That's fine. It's not illegal.
Good news. It never...
He was good in Buffy, though.
Did.
I kind of feel bad for him in Buffy. The character.
Or will. But it is very weak, and can only do so much on its own. If you sit and wallow, manifestation will never work. So with that in mind, if most people are without knowing...
Okay, we get it. I'll save this guy, because he does seem pretty crazy and fun. Who let the dogs out? Who? God damn it. Now I want to watch Rugrats in Paris. Okay. So for this video, I have to reiterate one of my rules. I haven't talked about this a lot lately because it hasn't come up. Chat. He was pretty good in the Scooby-Doo movie, actually. You're right. The sequel. He's in the second one. Don't make fun of people's looks. Don't make fun of people's looks here. Make fun of what he's going to say. That's fine. But I know the reaction some of you are going to have because this is the internet. After I play this video and it goes on for a little bit, some of you are going to be like, let me write something mean about the way this guy looks. Let's not do that. That's not good to do. Okay? Don't do that. Feel free to make fun of the other bullshit. But I don't want to be that channel. I don't want to be a channel where that's what we're doing. Okay? I think we're better than that. Not a ton better, but you know. Attack bigotry and stupidity. Not looks. Okay.
Welcome to Older Militarist Radio TV, and we're lifelong Catholics. And what we do is all for free, and for our love of Jesus Christ, and for our Holy Mother, the Church. And we'll defend our Holy Mother, the Church.
Jake Thoney, thanks for 50 bits.
Today we're going to get into the history of UFOs, and is it a PSYOP operation?
Yeah, the logo looks a lot like an iron cross with some of the Nazi lightning things behind it. Let me look. Nazi Symbology Guide. Nazi imagery has a lot of lightning bolts imagery. They tend not to use a swastika these days unless they're out and out, like, open about their Nazism, because everyone sees a swastika and knows exactly what they mean, but a lot of them will use lightning bolt imagery. This was imagery that was also used by the Nazis with, like, the SS, for instance, the stylized double S's that were lightning. We see a lot of black sun stuff. This is a Nazi symbol if you've ever seen it. What about self-deprecating? I'm fucking fantastic at attacking myself. Me too. I'm trying to be better, though, so you should try and be better, too. Dahlia Vianney says, I leave for 3 seconds to watch a K-pop TikTok, and I come back to Catholics talking about UFOs. Let's go. And Fennickgami says, but my bully, Gene. Fine. Seriously, though, I get it. Understood. Good. Like, this is the SS symbol. That has, lightning and stuff, of course. trying to look for a bigger version of the image for you guys. Yeah, here's one. Can I open this in another tab? Okay. So you can see the Iron Cross in the center, basically. It's black here, and it's blue in their logo, and they have the lightning thing. Let's just put it this way. Very sus. Very sus. Ooh, you know what sucks? You see this image right here? I think you guys can see my cursor. This two hammers and the gear thing for the hammer skins. That's imagery that was directly stolen from Pink Floyd's The Wall, which is a pretty explicitly anti-fascist piece of art. But they straight up took the anti-fascist imagery that was supposed to be a satire of fascism and adopted it into being unironic fascist imagery. It's something that happens... American History X has this problem too. It frames things in a certain way. And to be clear, I understand why American History X is framed the way it is, because the main character has been brainwashed into Nazi ideology. So earlier in the movie, the things he sees are framed as good, even though we as the audience understand it's awful. But people don't necessarily understand metatextual commentary based on how you're framing something. People just watch a movie, and the way it's framed is what it is. So in that movie, unfortunately, because of what it's trying to do with the perspective of the brainwashed main character, who's a high schooler whose brother basically taught him to be a Nazi piece of shit, he sees these things as good, so the perspective of the movie shows these things as good, at least at the beginning of the movie. So Nazis have appropriated some of the imagery and scenes from American History X because they like them, because they think it makes white nationalism look badass or whatever. It's disgusting. It's absolutely fucking disgusting. Jake Thoney says, people are incredibly stupid when it comes to understanding movies. It frustrates me to no end. I love movies. I really, really do. You guys know this. You've seen all my fucking bullshit. But not just, like, collecting. I really enjoy the art of storytelling through the medium of film. And thinking about film as I'm watching it, and the, like, themes that are going on, leitmotifs, whatever. All the stuff that goes into it. I like to do that. But then you see people who, like, watch Fight Club and don't get it, and you're like, oh my god, it's not even subtle. Holy shit, Fincher could have come on screen at the end and said, you're not supposed to like Tyler Durden. And these fucking assholes would have been like, who was that asshole at the end of the movie who didn't like Tyler Durden? Mr. Whiskers says, they stole the skinhead aesthetic too. Original skinheads were anti-racist. Sharp skins are the good skinheads. They might want to think of rebranding. I think they failed. I think that's been fully appropriated by Nazis, so you should not do that, but whatever. Fenigami says, because fascists don't understand when they're being mocked, to us it's super obvious. Yeah. It's hard to mock fascism. It is, because by its very nature, fascism thrives upon being viewed in this, like, overly dramatic way. They might not frame it that way. They'll frame it as powerful and, like, we're all together or whatever. Mel Brooks parodied this very well in the movie The Producers, in Springtime for Hitler, if you haven't seen it. The best farce about the pageantry and propaganda of fascism. It's really good, and it's a mocking thing about, you know, Nazis that hasn't been appropriated by Nazis because it is so mocking. So that's good. Jake Thoney says, OMG, and Jake Thoney says, Breaking Bad, so many people hated Skyler, she was the wife, right, and loved Walter. That's a fundamental misunderstanding of the show, right? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Skyler does stuff in that show that's, like, not great, but no one in that show does stuff that's great. Skyler isn't even in the top 10 of people in that show who do bad things. Like, she was an abused wife. If you haven't watched Breaking Bad in, like, a decade, go watch it again. It not only does it hold up, I think it's better in the second viewing, knowing what you know by the end. You can see, it's not like Walter, as much as the show is maybe about a transformation and themes of transformation from, like, you know, a chemistry teacher to this drug lord, that narcissistic, psychopathic urge in Walt was always there. And you can tell based on some of the implications of his relationships with Gretchen that he's been like this forever. He's always been this person who self-sabotages with his, like, toxic masculinity and refusal to take help from everyone else. He's effectively fucked up his life and the lives of all the people around him just so he can feel better than other people. And he justifies these things to himself in his head, of course, if you've seen the show. Oh, I'm doing it for my family. But even by the end of the show, he admits, I didn't do it for my family. I did it because I was good at it. I was the best. And I needed to be the best. Because that's what Walt feels he needs. He's a fucking narcissistic, crazy person. He poisoned a fucking child. Spoilers. H. Baird says, when it comes to Breaking Bad, I think we can all agree that Marie was the most irritating character. She's irritating in the way that, like, that could actually probably be a person, you know? Like, you probably don't know a Walt, you know? You don't know someone who's like a murderous drug lord hiding in a suburban family, most likely. You might know someone in your family who's like Marie. Alec Holland says the anti-racist skinhead movement is one of the best Nazi fighting forces in hardcore and punk scenes to this day, but most have taken to wearing anti-Nazi patches as part of the scene's uniform. That's probably smart. I don't know enough about the subculture to say anything. I shouldn't have commentary on things I don't know about. My gut reactions aren't necessarily well-informed. Anyway, here's the guys again. Oh, if you wanted to see the symbol from the beginning again before I went on this tangent about Breaking Bad and stuff, this is it. Again, could also... The blue cross, is that a Catholic symbology? Blue cross Catholicism. Because they say they're Catholic. Catholicism. And in fairness, there are, like, Christian white nationalists who also steal some, like, Catholic imagery. John Doyle, for instance, is, like, a Catholic nationalist, I think is what he says. And so is Caitlin Bennett. So, I'm not seeing that exact same cross, though. Let me see. I'll take out the Catholicism part and just see if I can find it anywhere else. Blue cross with lightning. I don't see any. Anyway, let's actually watch the content. It's the cross of St. John with SS lightning bolts added. Thank you! Okay, so Catholic nationalist, aka white nationalist Nazi piece of shit. Okay. It's kind of funny, so many of these, like, America First Nazi shits call themselves Catholic nationalists, when, like, traditionally America has been a majority Protestant nation. But I understand why they'd probably latch onto Catholicism, because it has a strict hierarchical structure that, like, has, you know, edicts from the high of the guy who talks to God. So I kind of understand that. And also, the Catholic Church is a breeding ground for pedophiles, so it makes sense that they'd be interested in that. Feden Kagami says, it's kind of like how when people watch Death Note think the book corrupted Light, not realizing that the book just gave him to be the fascist he always wanted to be now that he could kill anyone with no consequences. I've only seen the Death Note Netflix movie, and even I understood that. The book doesn't turn him evil, it just brings out the worst in him. It reveals who he is. I forget who said it, but someone said, power doesn't corrupt. Power reveals. Power shows who you were all along. You just didn't have the opportunity to do things. If you get power and you're a selfish cunt, you were always a selfish cunt. You just couldn't act it out before. Jake Thoney says, also this is more subtle, but I have conductor friends who disliked Tar because they chose the rare female conductor as the abusive main character rather than picking a man, because still today most conductors are men. It's so annoying to me because Tar is an art film, it doesn't have to appeal to any current trends or really anything at all. I get what you're saying. It's a character study. I also haven't seen it yet. I plan on it. I heard it's great. I really like character studies around, like, fucked up characters. Has anyone seen... Of course people have seen this. It was a pretty big movie. Whiplash? Another good movie about an abusive person, like, who abuses people to try and quote-unquote perfect an art form. Check out Whiplash. Lennon Cat, thank you for 50 bits, says, ironic sense Catholic means something like universal, meaning it includes everyone regardless of borders and countries. As we know from Tinfoil Tuesday, etymology doesn't really mean a whole lot. Humans use words that used to mean different things or have etymologies completely opposed to what they currently mean all the time.
Welcome to Order Militarist Radio TV, and we're lifelong Catholics. And what we do is all for free, and for the love of Jesus Christ, and for our Holy Mother, the Church, and we'll defend our Holy Mother, the Church. Today we're going to get into the history of UFOs, and is it a PSYOP operation?
Hope work goes well, Sume. I know you got a new job. Hope it goes well.
Welcome, Brother Alexis.
No spoilers for Spider-Verse? Agreed. I haven't seen it either. Please don't spoil that movie for me.
Thank you.
Or anyone else in chat. I'll even say this. If you're an asshole who wants to spoil someone, I'd rather you spoil me in DMs than the chat. Leave chat alone.
Hey, Jay, for having me on Order Militarist Radio TV. Where as Catholics we discuss the most varied topics, and we're doing this program today because Robert Kennedy Jr. did the most.
Oh God, Robert Kennedy Jr. is running for the Democratic nomination, and he's a conspiracy theory dickhead. He's an anti-vaxxer. He's a psycho. Please don't give him any attention. We really don't need him to, like, be a thing.
Most hilarious thing yesterday. He tweeted out and he claimed UFOs are true because of...
Fennikagami says, in the anime, Light has his memory wipe and even admits to himself Kira acts exactly like he would in Kira's position. And people still think it's the Notebook. That's bizarre. Media literacy is so bad. And then you see, like, memes on Tumblr where people are, like, making fun of, like, oh, I can't believe in English class they used to say that the curtains being blue meant something. It often does, motherfucker. You not understanding subtext doesn't make education stupid. Read a book, watch a film. Holy shit. Kill the author. Think about things. Interpret art on your own terms. I'll check my DMs. If you gave me spoilers, you're banned. I'm assuming it's probably a joke, though. But let's take a look. Oh, hold on. I'm trying to do it on my phone, but I got sent to a different place. Oh, is it in Twitter? Or is it on Discord? Or are you just fucking with me? Let's find out. Just fucking with me. Cool.
One whistleblower says...
Where to DMs? How about you don't DM me spoilers? That'd be great.
He's seen alien tech.
I've been listening to the Beatles today, and it's stuck in my head. Oh blah dee, oh blah da, life goes on.
So, I've ignored this topic for years. AJ, we've ignored this topic because you just, people who believe in UFOs, you write them off as being.
Mm-hmm.
And yet it's gaining traction, and so we need to address it. So, when did it all begin?
Is the guy on the right intentionally trying to look like a monk? Because with that haircut and like what looks like a brown hoodie, but it kind of looks like a monk robe.
Roswell, New Mexico.
What year was that? What was the incident? What's this all about?
Okay.
What's this Roswell thing all about? It's not like through cultural osmosis everyone knows about it.
Roswell.
It was Zoidberg. Or Quark.
Incident centers on 1947.
Are there any other shows where that's the trope? Where some alien character goes back in time and does that? Because it's kind of funny that two shows did that. Futurama and Deep Space Nine both did the same joke. Did Farscape do it too? I get it. It's an obvious plot to do with your alien characters. Just, it's weird that that's kind of a trope.
Recovery of metallic and rubber debris from
In Animorphs, it was an Andalite toilet.
Military balloon.
The only things I remember from Animorphs are the boss-ass covers and the fact that they were shockingly violent. MH Darkbeast says, speaking of not understanding media literacy, this has to be the ultimate version of that. God damn, I am incapable of fucking paying attention today and staying on task. Frankenstein's snowflake students claim that Frankenstein's monster was misunderstood and was in fact the victim. Yes, that's the premise of the book. Have they only seen the movie? Even then, if you watch the movie, it's pretty clear that Frankenstein's monster is a, you know, sympathetic character, especially through Bride of Frankenstein when he learns to talk. Like, but the book is even more explicit. Have you read it? Have you fucking read it? Intelligence is knowing that the monster isn't named Frankenstein. Wisdom is knowing that the monster's name is Frankenstein. That
was covered by military personnel.
Frankenstein's actually pretty good. I liked reading Frankenstein. We read it in high school. I actually thought it was pretty good. That's an enjoyable novel. I tried reading Dracula after it because I'm like, oh, these are similar, sort of like, you know, similar era novels, like gothic horror. No, I couldn't do Dracula. I can't do it.
From Roswell Army Airfield. Decades later, people claim that the British...
I did take my meds, thank you. I'm not like all over the place in the way I used to be with ADHD. I'm into it. Every time someone suggests something, I just want to talk about it. I'm in a good mood.
He was from a flying...
I wonder why I might be in a good mood.
...saucer, which had been covered up by the United States government. In 1994, the United States Air Force published a report identifying the crash object as a nuclear test surveillance balloon from Project Mogul.
Okay, so those are the facts, and anything else you claim, you know, you can dream all on thing.
Speaking of those things, though, by the way. Daughter of Tiamat, you were correct. That was the joke I was making. I was making it directed at my wife, but I don't know if she's listening. I have the... Woo! Hold on. Any chance to bring up my Blu-rays. I have this wonderful set on Blu-ray that was put out by Universal. And it's all of the classic monster movies from the first Dracula all the way to the sequels to The Creature from the Black Lagoon. It's all of the movies with all of these characters. Dracula, Frankenstein, The Mummy, both versions of The Mummy. Both Karis and Imhotep. Invisible Man, Wolfman, Phantom of the Opera, Creature from the Black Lagoon. It's great. It's a really nice set. I know they have some of these in 4K now, but... And I'm sure they look great. I would imagine in high HDR, the black and white probably looks amazing, but I don't have an HDR TV, so it doesn't matter to me. Anyway, that's nice. They sell these separately, too. If you just like Frankenstein or just like the Wolfman, you can get any of these separately. It's very nice. Anyway. Oh, and I have a bunch of other... These are all also different Universal monster movies that aren't like the famous ones, but they're... horror movies. Like this one has The Black Cat, The Raven, The Invisible Ray, and Black Friday. And one more thing. If you're a fan of German Expressionism, I got this really great 4K box set from Eureka of The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari. It's beautiful. It has the disc, it has a booklet with like information. No, they don't have Young Frankenstein. Though Young Frankenstein's great. I love Mel Brooks. He's one of the funniest, like, actors of, like, the 70s and 80s. Especially when he works with Richard Pryor. He's very funny. They had great chemistry together.
I should correct myself when I said the UFO narrative began with this event. It actually didn't. It begins with H.G. Wells' War of the Worlds. He wrote a science fiction. He was a British writer. He was a writer for the Pilgrim Society, which is a Rothschild front. And the goal of the Pilgrim Society is to destroy Christianity. And
wait a minute, you are telling me that these Catholic nationalists are making anti-Semitic dog whistles? I'm shocked. Moira Soma says American Catholics are a strange breed. Half of them believe in young earth creationism, even though the Catholic Church has no problems with the Big Bang and evolution. So they have to adopt an evangelical viewpoint. It also has a lot of fascist white people longing for the Middle Ages, but they don't really have a real understanding of the Middle Ages because they're American, and it's not really their history. it's weird in some aspects. They remind me of Moorish citizens making up history. Well, a lot of them, I've seen American Catholics, the right-wing ones, basically say that they don't think that the current pope is like a real pope, which isn't the first time in history that a group of Catholics have decided that the pope isn't really the pope. Look at a lot of European history, and there's fucking popes and anti-popes all over the goddamn place. But it is kind of funny.
Most world religions by replacing them with another ideology, which is a completely godless technocratic state. And the way to do that is to claim there's higher physical intelligences in the world, that we are not alone. Because they've done surveys, and people who believe that stop believing in God.
That's kind of weird to me. Because, like, even when I was religious, before I, decided that I just didn't really believe that stuff, I didn't think that aliens were incompatible necessarily with the concept of a god. I just thought it would be, other creatures that were created by God? Again, it doesn't have to be, like, incompatible. Religion is pretty fungible. You have a lot of leeway. It's religion. You can kind of do whatever you want and just justify it after the fact. That's what most people do.
They start believing it.
Look at Catholics. We can't eat meat on Fridays. By the way, fish and beaver are not, they're not meat for some reason. Just trust me, bro.
We ourselves can make ourselves gods, and some races older than us are closer to divinity than we are, and they might want to come and conquer us because, if there's a threat, or you must obey the government. It's a perfect narrative. I have to say, these people, they're perfect scammers. So...
And the Catholic Church would never scam anyone. They got all the gold at the Vatican fairly.
When this thing crashed, is it true that the government claimed it was a UFO or aliens, as you see in some of these histories of Roswell films?
Okay. Enough of the Tradcath people. They might get interesting later. I'll even save them, because maybe I can find a shorter video, but they're rambly right now. Yes, once again, I understand the irony of me saying that. This is my show, damn it, I'm in control. Speaking of Frankenstein, I think De Niro was great in it. Here's a super cheese cleanse with timestamps for each cheese that could make its own stream. Let's take a look. Yeah. I have the Robert De Niro Frankenstein on Blu-ray, or 4K, as well as Coppola's Dracula. Which, let me be clear, there are so many problems with Coppola's Dracula. Holy shit. I know the meme is Keanu Reeves in that movie is just the worst actor ever. Which is true. But that movie uses so many practical special effects. If you like optical and special effects, like in movies, go check out Coppola's Dracula. Like, let me show you something real quick. Coppola's Dracula. Hydrate. Train. Okay, this is very cool as an explanation, or an example, rather. Fennikagami says, I agree with you about English class and media literacy, but my god, do these curriculum need to be updated. English was my most hated subject in school because it bored my ADHD brain. Animorphs and Harry Potter got me back into reading. Now I binge fan fiction and manga. I still miss stuff, but at least I'm somewhat media literate. We need classes like that to be fun so students engage correctly. I would agree. Like, in college, the best English class I ever took was in college, and it was an adolescent literature course. So it was all books that were, like, generally written for teenagers or young adults, and we talked about the themes in them and why they're tailored a certain way to young audiences. But basically, it was an excuse to read a lot of new popular novels and stuff for an English class and discuss them. And that was a great English class. Like, those books were easy to get through. We read a graphic novel in it, Blankets. Has anyone read Blankets? What a great graphic novel. I still have it. We also read Feed, which is a pretty good dystopian, like, novel. I think Amazon made a show out of it, but it was not good and barely based on the book. Speak, which is a book about a young woman dealing with an assault, a sexual assault. We read a lot of good books in that class. Oh, the Book Thief, also a great book. If anyone hasn't read The Book Thief, good Holocaust, Nazi Germany drama from the perspective of a young girl, but the narrator isn't the girl. The narrator is death. Good book. I saw the movie. The movie wasn't as good, and I know that's a cliche to be like, the movie wasn't as good as the book. It just wasn't. I'm not saying you can't watch the movie. Just if you watch the movie and you were like, read the book. It's good. Anyway, here's the clip from Frankenstein. Let me find the train scene. Oh, here. So this travel scene where he's traveling to where he can meet Count Dracula. This is all miniatures, and I love a good miniature.
25th May.
This scene. Okay, do you know how they shot this? You'd think that they just composited a shot of the book into the shot of the miniature. No, they built a big-ass book. This scene really looks like this in person. They built a giant fucking fake journal and put it in front of the camera, and then the miniatures in the back. This is really the shot. This is all in camera except for the, crossfade with Keanu.
Budapest.
Look at that.
Left Budapest.
They literally, this is there. This is all in camera. I fucking love it.
Passed early this morning. The impression I had was that we were leaving the west and entering
again. This is like all in camera.
the east. The district I am to enter is in the extreme east of the country, just on the border.
Beautiful. Really great practical stuff in that movie. Check it out if you haven't. I would recommend. No, Keanu cannot do accents. If you haven't heard... Sorry, this is the I didn't even watch the Frankenstein! H. Baird says, we had to read The Pearl 3 times in English class when I was a kid, twice in middle school, once in high school. Do teachers, colleges just make every future teacher design a curriculum around that particular book? I've never read it, so I don't know. Goddamn. Sorry, people keep doing bits messages. Screaming at the Radio says, the author of Blankets, Craig Thompson, also wrote Habibi. It's even better in my opinion, and there are themes you'll like in there. Very, very recommended. I think someone actually sent that to me. I think I have it in my book collection somewhere. But yeah, I really loved Blankets, so I definitely want to read that. M.H. Darkby says, the only optical shot in the film is the blue energy field outside of Dracula's castle. Also, since you're a Back to the Future fan.
Well, I think I should be going. I just want to say it's been, education. Well, Marty, I just want to...
It was a little quiet. Hold on, let me turn this up.
Thank you for all the good advice. Yeah, don't mention it. But one more thing. If you guys ever have kids, and one of them...
I might want to up the price. Maybe...
When he's 8 years old, accidentally set fire to the living room rug. Oh, he's young. We'll do, Marty.
Marty. Such a nice name.
Oh, hey, Marty. Didn't expect you back so soon. You forgot something? What do you mean just come? Oh, no, yeah, on your end. It looks like I just left. I left, but I came back because I just remembered another piece of advice, all right? September 11th, 2001. Make a few calls. Tell them to look out for their planes. Call the government or police or something. Marty, what are you George, just trust me, okay? All right, Marty. Great, all right. See you in the future. All right, bye.
Back to the Future probably handles its incest themes better than any other movie with incest, so... Juggle command, okay.
Marty.
What a nice name.
Marty again? Yeah, I'm back. Listen, George, take what I'm saying seriously, all right? Write it down or something. You gotta do it. No, you're not. I know you're not, George. All right? You're not gonna do it, so please, just do it, all right?
You gotta visit him as Darth Vader again.
Back to the Future, all right, bye. Alright, so this plane doesn't work. Alright, here's the new plan. This is a man named Mark Wahlberg. I did some research. He said if you were on that plane, it would have went a whole lot differently. So find this
Hydrate.
guy and put him on that plane, alright? Just put him on. Marty, what plane? What are you even talking about? I'm trusting you with this, man. Don't fuck it up, alright? Just please, for the love of God, don't put Mark Wahlberg on the 9/11 plane, alright? Alright, goodbye.
Frankenstein, and then I will... no more distractions for a while. Ah. This has gotten so off the rails.
If need ever die, I will stop this. No.
I honestly kind of miss this. In the 90s, we had a lot of, like, this, and, like, I was talking about the Coppola's Dracula thing. Sort of, gothic novels, or period piece novels, like Three Musketeers, Robin Hood, with Kevin Costner. I'm okay with that trend. That's fun.
Can't achieve death. We won't know unless we try.
I warn you, what you are suggesting is not
Kenneth Branagh, the director of Thor?
only illegal, it is immoral.
What's happened to you?
I like the idea of someone who only knows Kenneth Branagh from directing the first Thor movie.
Yes, that's the combination.
It's alive.
I don't like the look of... I don't know. Like, De Niro, it's fine. And it's probably... I think the Universal movies poisoned the well. And basically everyone has this version of Frankenstein's monster in their head that, like, isn't based on anything but the Universal movie. I just always expect square head and bolts, even though I know that's not... He's not described that way in the book. Okay, back on topic.
As the world watches and listens in horror, the peaceful pro-democracy demonstration in China comes to a violent and bloody end. Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
It's a conspiracy video of some kind.
You say your last good night.
Oh yeah. Heavy. There's actually a lot of conspiracy content like this. This is probably half, if not more, of the conspiracy content out there. We just don't normally watch it because there's not much to say. A lot of conspiracy content is just propaganda videos like this with no specific information. It's just like music videos with intense music paired with imagery that, like, amps those people up. I don't usually watch them, again, because what am I going to say about it? It's just obvious propaganda. But it's all over the place. I have to filter through a lot of this stuff to get to the real videos.
Like MTV for fascists? Kind of, yeah.
There is another very important phase of warfare.
It kind of reminds me how in some churches, evangelical in particular, there'll be this droning music and everyone's making noises, and it kind of shuts down your, like, critical thinking, and you're just absorbed in the emotion of it all. Feels like that.
Target, not the body, but the mind of the enemy.
Target of psychological warfare is against the enemy's mind.
It is words and ideas.
Ammunition.
It looks a little bit like Louis Theroux from the back.
By cyber.
Its mission is to influence the thoughts of the enemy soldier, and at the same...
Jesus. So that's just propaganda.
Very...
Sorry, that's very loud.
Hi to everyone. Lately, very lately, all the bringers of truth and disclosure are being severely attacked in a quite pathetic way via bots on their social medias or deplorable witch hunts, which are in a way laughable because
it's definitely a witch hunt, and she's a credible news source. You can tell because there's an alien spaceship behind her.
The more...
How would the aliens trust her enough to let her film here if she wasn't truthful?
The witch hunt focus on the people to hunt, the more this point at, the deep state points at who says the truth. Because censorship works as this. They will focus on those telling the truth, and they will relentlessly work at discrediting their name and attacking them. They will never focus on those who do not...
No, I don't think her earrings are Christmas trees. It looks like some kind of structure, or... The bottom almost looks like... Have you ever seen that Egyptian symbol where it's like an... I don't know what... if it's like an eagle or like a bird. I don't know what the fuck it is. But it kind of has its wings outstretched. It kind of looks like that.
The truth. Their insignificance.
Above that, I can't tell.
Them. But those who bring the truth are the greatest threat to plants that have been created 400,000 years ago. Shall we begin? Because if I'm on target, my answer is I am going to go more on target.
That doesn't mean anything.
Are you ready?
Hold on.
I am.
I'll put on my glasses too.
When custodian Anunnaki arrived on Earth, they were not yet custodians. They were interested not only by mining the resources of Earth, but by expanding the rulership of their High King Anu upon the whole galaxy Nataru. Earth was convoited to be taken by Anu as, and that's not...
It's annoying to me when, like, she's clearly crazy, but she's got negative charisma. I wish more conspiracy theorists were charismatic.
People came here. Tall, long white hair, a man and a woman.
She needs to stop taking mushrooms. Someone sent this screenshot and I thought it was funny. Someone on the conspiracy subreddit said, smoked some weed with a Pfizer-vaccinated person. My boyfriend and I feel like shit today. He's a lot more tired than usual, and now my boobs hurt. I feel like I might get my period again. I would feel like this was a placebo, but I literally can't force myself to get my period. Is there any way to become immune to shedding? Because apparently magnets are being stuck to non-vaccinated people now. Is there something in the meat? I know that sounds weird, but they could be doing something to the meat we're eating. Maybe I'm just paranoid. Maybe. Okay, let me break this down if you don't speak conspiracy theorist. Your boobs can be sensitive before you start your period. Yes, and during. They can hurt. Depends on the person. Okay, so conspiracy theorist anti-vaxxers think that vaccinated people can, like, somehow spread the vaccine to you, which they call shedding, quote-unquote. It's not a thing. It's not a thing that works. Believe me, it'd be cool if it was. If we could spread vaccines that way, it would be so efficient. How magical. Like the opposite of a disease. But you can't do that. What else? Magnets being stuck to non-vaccinated people. They believe that if you are vaccinated, that you're now magnetic, and that proves that you've been, like, 5G chipped or something. But that's not really what's happening. They're doing a thing where if you, any, like, flat, smooth magnet, if you, like, stick against your arm, it's gonna stay there for a little bit, because you're a human being. Unless you just, like, washed your arm with soap and water, humans, you know, we got some grease on us. We're greasy little goblins, you know? Even a little bit when it doesn't feel like it. You know, we have natural skin oils and stuff. And also just flat surface, and flat surface can create sort of an adhesion, a light adhesion, but still. Anyway, so they look at people, you know, putting magnets on their arm and, you know, doing this, and they don't fall off, at least not immediately. And they go, oh my god, they must be magnetic, because they're vaccinated. And now other people who aren't vaccinated tried it, and of course it works on them too, because it has nothing to do with vaccination, it's just like physics. And they go, oh my god, they must have vaccinated me secretly, or I must have caught the vaccination because that works. This is why understanding the scientific method is important. Because when you don't understand how, like, I don't know, what are the variables here? How do you know what part is the part that's falsifiable? Think about things a little bit, conspiracy theorists. Maybe you'll realize, oh, it's not the vaccine at all. That's just how magnets work. It's how anything that shape and texture work. It's also moisture on skin, yes. James Randi dealt with this within his lifetime, although it was for a slightly different thing. Let's see. James Randi... baby powder. If you don't know who James Randi is was a skeptic, magician, and professional hoax debunker. So he would go on TV and he would show, like, hey, this supernatural thing you're doing is bullshit. This guy claimed he could stick things to himself, which he could, but he claimed it was supernatural, and Randi proved, no, it's not. It's literally just your skin. If we put baby powder on your skin, it doesn't work anymore because we've gotten rid of the, you know, stuff that's making it stick. H. Baird says, Arby's, we do something to the meats. Exo Jimbo, thanks for 33 months. Ooh, Freemason number. Again, it's literally just his skin. It's just a skin. Like, if it was really sticking, why would you have to lean back? You'd be able to, like, lean forward, you know? Okay, let's get to the part where James Randi does the thing. Here's the baby powder, I believe.
I'm going to ask the challengers to put the powder on their hand.
Also, for Pride Month, James Randi was gay. So happy Pride Month, dead James Randi.
And on their chests, and then make the object stay there.
마시는 거죠.
지금 여러분 차이를 발견하셨죠? 손에 묻혀서 바르는 것이 아니고 시간이
Yes, Randy's also a magician. The amazing Randy.
경고했습니다.
Which is how I think he got into this because he's a guy who understands tricks and how they work. And kind of like Houdini, who of course was also a magician and escape artist, I think Randy kind of takes it personally when people take illusions and the art of being like a magician and uses it to trick people. Magicians are great, illusions are great, as long as the agreement between the audience and the magician or illusionist is, hey, we all know this is fake, but it's fun. I'm tricking you, I'm doing something that you are going to try and figure out, and that's part of the fun, right? Or you'll just be amazed that you don't know how it's done. That's fine. The problem is when people try and claim that their tricks are real and actual magic or supernatural. Yeah, Penn and Teller also don't like that kind of shit.
도저히 붙질 않습니다, 지금. 예. 일단 이미승 씨의 경우는
So they put on the baby powder and he's now unable to do the trick.
도전 실패. 예. 수고하셨습니다.
Are they all filled with the powder?
Yes. We know first it's not magnetic, so it must be some other kind of energy. And talcum powder is not going to interfere with electricity or any other kind of energy. One thing is certain, it's not psychic power.
한 가지 확실한 것은 그건 절대
I love him. Anyway, so that was that conspiracy. I don't think there was anything else on this page I wanted to look at. There were some videos. Oh boy.
So basically they're coming after your land, and they're going to start 15-minute cities.
So, you know how there's been a push by people to have more walkable cities? So, you know, we're not so dependent upon cars? Conspiracy theorists have been fed a completely alternate narrative. I don't know who, I don't know if it's some political entity intentionally trying to poison the well, or if it's just idiots. But either way, they have been fed a narrative that 15-minute cities or walkable cities are part of a secret plan to lock everyone into small areas and never let them out, like prison camps. This, of course, is not true. It's literally just people wanting to be able to walk to the store, walk to restaurants. That's about it. But they've taken it and made it malicious, of course. Clear Cat, thanks for gifting a sub. Appreciate you.
And their slogan is, just transition. Where did that come from? Well, it comes from a group called the C40, Cities 40. They are trying to make certain cities, almost all major cities in the world, 15-minute cities. And for us,
that would be cool.
Rural folks, they have planned to land grab. How will they do this? They are starting to make changes in our land use bylaws without our knowledge, without any votes or anything. This is a time to get involved because they have not passed this yet and they want to pass it September this year. Everybody in rural communities, everyone in large cities, start calling your mayors, start calling your MLAs and asking them what are the changes that they want to make to the...
Why would this affect rural cities if it's focused on cities or rural communities? I assume that they think that the government will forcibly steal their land and move them into cities, which is ironic considering I assume these same people don't really give a shit about those times that Americans, you know, actually forced populations off of their land. But now they think it'll affect them, so they care. But it's not true either way, so it doesn't matter. It's just ironic.
The land use bylaws so that we know, because this is what they're going to put in there. They're going to make slight changes that don't really make sense, but you will have to watch that in case of emergencies or lockdowns or climate lockdowns, what are they allowed to do to your land? Those of you who think that this is a conspiracy theory...
We can't even get politicians to put any pressure on fossil fuel companies in order to help save us from dying. I don't think they're gonna do whatever the fuck you're talking about.
This is already happening in the Netherlands with the farm protests. And those of you who really think that we're out to lunch, remember 2020 when you were just touting, oh, it's only 2 weeks to flatten the curve?
Yeah, and people didn't do that.
Yeah, how did that work out? And then remember when you were saying it's safe and effective? Yeah.
It is. Get vaccinated, please.
How are those like side effects that you don't want to talk about going?
I have 0 side effects. No one I know has side effects. You are literally intentionally going to places that are feeding you fake news in order to make you mad about things that aren't real. You goddamn psycho. H. Baird says, this is all just bad marketing. Making cities walkable means that people can do all their errands while buzzed without risking a DUI. I don't know. You know, using alcoholism as a justification for policy is terrible, but, you know, I do live in the Midwest, and I think that would move a lot of voters. I think the #1 hobby in the Midwest is alcoholism.
Exactly. So basically, this isn't the first time they have attempted to do this. I was at the protests when the NDP tried to do a land grab with the Y2Y group. Who's the Y2Y group? Well, they're called the Yukon to Yellowstone group. And they were saying that it was for caribou migration and that we needed to save that
Bilderberg, thanks for 13 months.
Land and kick off all the farmers that were basically in that category of land. But you know what's really funny? That's exactly where the biggest oil reserves are in North America. So was the NDP really trying to save the caribou, or were they trying to get the oil companies to not go in and drill so that
both would be good?
They could make a false energy crisis so that they could actually
if you don't have energy crises, maybe we should put more money into continuing to research renewables and expanding renewables throughout the world. Have you considered that? Just a question.
Expedite this. So I need everybody to call your MLAs, call your mayors, and actually ask them, what are these changes? Then we need to start educating people. Like, repost this, make your own videos, tag me in it. We need to start discussing what are these changes that they're trying to do.
I don't necessarily want TikTok to be banned. What if it was? Might be okay.
Need to discuss, because lately some shit's been going on and I just haven't really been talking about it because it's the same shit over and over again. At this point in America, if you haven't realized that everything that they accuse Trump of doing, they've actually done themselves.
I love the projecting about projection that the right's been doing lately. It's like they heard us pointing out that they're projecting about everything, but still all they know how to do is project. So now they're projecting about projection. It's meta.
Then we're not
meta-modernism.
Gonna get anywhere with this conversation. But you're over here telling me that Trump committed these heinous crimes and he needs to be indicted and he can't run for president in 2020.
I mean, he can run for president in 2024. That's a completely separate issue from his indictment.
Because he took documents out of the White House as a sitting president, which he has every legal right to do with.
No, he doesn't. I can tell she didn't read the indictment. The indictment literally says that he took them out without declassifying them, and that he can't declassify them after the fact. It's in the indictment. They have him on recording saying it. And besides the point, he's not being charged with breaking the Presidential Records Act. He's being charged with a crime about endangering national security, which makes it irrelevant, the classified nature of the documents, whether they were classified or not. Which they were, he didn't unclassify them, but even if he had, doesn't matter. That's not what he's being charged with, and you would know that if you read the indictment.
The Presidential Records Act, he can declassify.
Lampita with 100 bits says, had my hands full the whole stream so far. A few bits to thank you for being my background stream while I harvest blackberries for jam. I wish you luck on your collection of berries.
And take any fucking thing that he wants. It doesn't matter how the Congress feels. It doesn't matter how.
Congress isn't suing him. Congress isn't charging him. The DOJ and the FBI are.
AOC feels. It doesn't matter.
AOC didn't. What is she fucking talking about? The Department of Justice and the FBI charged him. The head of the Department of Justice is a Trump appointee, and I'm pretty sure the head of the FBI is too. And I think the judge that signed off on the search warrant for his house was a Trump appointee as well. This is not a conspiracy from, like, Democrats or anyone else.
How any crybaby fucking Democrats feel.
Who's a crybaby now?
Presidential Records Act is in place for them to take whatever they want out of the White House.
No, it's not.
That's why Bill Clinton isn't in prison right now for all of his tapes that he took and he used for...
No, Bill Clinton isn't in prison because he returned them when he was asked. Pretty simple.
Robbery and extortion. He won his case. This is...
Okay, so you're saying there was a case then that he had to defend. So Trump's in that position? You shouldn't be worried. If you think he's innocent, then he won't be found guilty by a jury of his peers.
This is an open and shut case, yet here we are trying to persecute Donald Trump. Why? Because...
Why?
Donald Trump is the single foremost frontrunner for the Republican Party.
That's pretty sad.
And they're terrified. He came in 2016, fucked all the...
I'm really not that terrified. I think, if anything... I already saw your text, Baha. I don't know if it's your speakers or what. But I made an adjustment, so I don't know why it sounds that way. Anyway, I forgot what I was going to say.
All the shit up, exposed every fucked up thing that they were doing, and brought it to the American people's attention. Gave the power of the government back to the people, as he fucking should have. That's how it's supposed to be. That's how this country is supposed to be run. You listen to we the people. You don't listen to lobbyists.
Again, he allegedly broke the law, ma'am. I don't know what you're talking about. And also, Donald Trump lost the last election. So I don't know what you're talking about, we the people. If justice was a matter of democracy deciding who goes to jail, Trump would be in jail because most people in the country don't like him. Don't get me wrong, there's tens of millions of people who love him. I'm not saying they don't, but they're not the majority.
And people who are paying you money, you listen to the American people, the people who got you in there, the people that voted for you. So, and let's just, point out a few other things. If Trump is being indicted as sitting president, being able to take these documents out of the White House, then what the fuck is going to happen to Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden?
Probably nothing, because they gave the documents back as soon as they were asked. Trump didn't, and that's on record, and then he lied about having them? Does anyone else think I sound muffled, by the way? My wife says I sound muffled or something. Is being closer better? Is being further away better? Not sure. But anyway, yeah, if Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden did anything illegal, charge them. Do it. Great. That's awesome. I'm happy if he can find it. I don't like him either. But that's not what we're talking about. Whataboutism has absolutely nothing to do with this.
Both of them bitches had classified documents.
Okay, then charge them.
Hillary Clinton was never a fucking president, thank God. And Joe Biden wasn't president until 2020, when they decided to do what they did with Dominion voting machines.
She just has to slip that one in there. The voter bullshit.
So, where are their indictments?
I don't know. Where's the evidence?
Are they coming? You want to know why they want Joe Biden to run again? Because they already have the code set up for it to go to Joe Biden.
No, it's because traditionally the incumbent runs for a second term. Very rarely do they not.
For Dominion voting machines. Whether you want to believe that or not, it's true. They put 100 ballots in for Trump, 100 ballots in for Biden, and somehow Biden got more votes when it was supposed to be the same amount.
Again, there were dozens of lawsuits over this. Not a single shred of evidence was produced by Trump's team, their lawyers, or anyone else that any sort of voter fraud took place that affected the election, or that any voter machines were, fucked with in a way to, screw with things. Just didn't happen. These people live in a delusion because they can't accept the reality that, their beliefs just aren't as popular as they think they are in their little isolated rural communities.
Because they had a code written specifically to change vote.
Maybe it is the AC. I gotta keep it on because it's warm, but...
It's what they did.
Yeah, when they looked that Biden got even more votes when they did audits, it was kind of funny.
You're a Republican? You're a Republican?
Why are people afraid to say the Republicans? Probably because the Republican Party is openly criminal and bigoted and have no policies other than funneling money to the wealthy.
There's a bad stigma with that.
It got better when the
Unlike
mic was
left-
closer. How about now? How about this? It's almost like ASMR. Okay. Oh God, what is this?
This is a foster child that was screaming for someone to help him, and the foster mom said, "You forgot, we don't have to keep you." They were trying to force him onto another ride as they exited, and he begged them not to, and then started saying, "I need help, somebody, please help me." Security was waiting for them further down, but they could not do much. He was absolutely petrified.
Jesus fucking Christ. Fox News apparently doing a Pride Month thing. That's amazing. Or it's, I guess, it's probably just Fox in general, not Fox News. That's funny.
That's an interesting comment. I guess it's okay to hide them in Chinatown, behind your Corvette in a garage, at the Penn Biden building, in your office in Delaware, and it's okay to have your...
The Biden documents were literally found by his own staffers, and they're the ones who, like, talked to the department that's supposed to keep them and said, "Hey, we accidentally have these records, we're gonna send them to you." It was a mistake. Which, hey, that doesn't bother me. If that's still a crime, yeah, charge him with whatever that would be. Trump's thing isn't that. Read the fucking indictment. The man intentionally stole them, knew he wasn't supposed to have them, kept them, showed them to people, lied about having them when he was told he needed to return them, returned only some of them and claimed he had returned all of them, lied to his lawyers about what he was doing, and instructed one of his employees to take out classified documents from some of the, from one of the things that they were trying to return to, the FBI. He's literally on tape, guys. Come on.
The lawyers look through it, right? See, what astounds me about your comment is your ignorance. So you want to go with the fact that they took a...
Yes, and there were photocopies of some documents where the originals should have been, and they don't know where the originals are. Did I see this horror story? Oh God, what is it?
Her girlfriend are playing mini golf.
Oh, I did see that. I don't even want to watch it. No. I'm going to Pride tomorrow. I'm not engaging in homophobic, scary bullshit today. Fede Kagami says, but the indictment tells them different things than what Daddy Trump tells them. What was the reason Trump was taking those documents, by the way? At minimum, this is the only thing that is specifically evidenced at this time. At the very least, he took them because he thought he could use them to discredit some of the reporting in the news against him from his presidency and maybe sue some people. He also seemed to want to use them to show people, like, look at how much cool shit I have, for basically clout. Circumstantially, again, this isn't an allegation that's directly come out at this moment. I'm not saying this is for sure. There's some circumstantial stuff that might imply that some documents were maybe sold to Saudi Arabia. We'll see. Again, that's not even an allegation yet that the FBI or the DOJ has made. Reading between the lines about some events that have happened, it's sus. Mike Mack says, Trump could have a video of him sacrificing a child to Lucifer, and they would still worship him. Yep.
A picture of, 40, 50 boxes in a bathroom. Yet they're claiming he only had about 300 documents. So...
I'm pretty sure the 300 were the classified ones. I could be wrong. But, no, that doesn't include all of the documents necessarily. It might just be the ones he wasn't supposed to have.
What was it? One document in each box? I mean, are you really that naive to think that all those boxes were filled with classified information?
I don't necessarily think everything in all of those boxes was classified, but there was absolutely a lot of classified information in the boxes. How can you not understand the difference between those two things? Do you think if it was just one secret nuclear document, like, oh, it's fine then? It's not how this works. It's not how any of this works.
And it's even more amazing that you will turn a blind eye to what Joe Biden did as the vice president.
Again, it's all the whataboutism. I don't care what you do to Joe Biden. Zero. I care zero.
But you and people like you on the left want to continuously prosecute Donald Trump for his handling of it. This is why you're all fucking clowns.
Clowns, you say?
Discovered Miss Rachel. At first,
Hi to all LGBT families and friends. This month and
2 years ago, as a new mom, I discovered Miss Rachel. At first, I loved her. My kid
Homophobic mom group TikTok
loved her. But several months ago, we stopped watching her videos. After seeing the video she posted, I feel good about the decision.
Okay. That's allowed.
The devil
like, you're probably a piece of shit, but you're allowed to do that.
knows that if he can get into young minds at an early age, then he has the advantage.
Again, a not insubstantial number of people who vote for president believe that the devil is a real physical being that exists in the world and influences things and people. These people believe that there's like a demon king, basically, like fucking Ganon, that makes you want to masturbate or do gay sex.
Get this.
Ganon can tell me to do gay sex.
Trump is being indicted by the Biden administration.
Nope. Department of Justice and the FBI, again, headed by Trump appointees.
With the fake Biden that was executed.
Thanks, Brain Squid, for the link.
And is allowed to be in there, Mr. Fake Biden.
Nailing it, guys. Nailing it. Bum, bum, ba-dum. Oh, have you seen this? I tweeted about this, so if you follow me on Twitter and still use Twitter for God knows what reason, I'm a hypocrite. I tweeted something to the effect of, the reaction right-wing people had to the Steven Crowder video makes so much more sense to me when I watch this video, because it tells me everything I need to know about right-wing MAGA relationship dynamics. It's so ridiculous.
Said my name 6 times, it doesn't fucking help the pain.
So, he has an accident because of his own negligence, falls on his ass, his wife comes running, you know, worried about her husband, and his first instinct is to fucking mock her for the way she was concerned. This stinks of such toxic masculinity, too.
Did you hit your head? No. Are you okay, actually? Where are you hurt at, honey? My leg. This one? Yeah. Don't move it. Okay. We need to take you to the ER. Fuck off. What time?
She says, we need to take you to the ER, and he says, fuck off. He's embarrassed by what he did, and he's trying to make up for it for being like, no, I'm fine. I'm a man. I'm a man, and pain doesn't hurt me. I don't need a doctor. I'm a fucking man.
It's 7:30. I'm not going to the yard. You're going to my fucking chair with an ice pack. You're gonna lick these fucking nuts.
You're gonna lick these fucking nuts, he says to his concerned wife after he falls on his ass due to his own negligence. Jesus Christ. Fennikagami says, leave Miss Rachel alone, you fucking assholes. Also remember how Republicans are the quote-unquote law and order party. They just mean for minorities.
everything to you that just happened at Upper Room Church. I went into Upper Room Church with no intention to go there and preach against
Mike Mack says, and these are the same men that complain that no one cares about them.
Upper Room. While I was in there, and I'm going to show you the video of me preaching in there, but listen to this. While I was in Upper Room, I hadn't felt such a demonic presence. I do not use this word to insult. There were raging out.
I've seen clips of this guy before. I think he genuinely needs mental help, intervention. Like, he's crazy. This guy's fucking crazy.
Word homosexuals in Upper Room.
It's kind of scary how sometimes religious fanaticism can kind of mask mental illness. Because people are like, well, I mean, a lot of people believe in demons or whatever, but it's like, no, this guy really believes in demons. Like in a mental health situation way.
Church everywhere. The women were dressed immodestly. That's not why I bursted out. I heard an interesting saying, if you find a perfect church, don't go, because we're not perfect. Yes, churches will have their imperfections, but what was so bad was that they were performing witchcraft. They had hypnotic videos, and I'm going to show you that hypnotic videos on the screen while they were playing hypnotic music, and I saw first.
I'm assuming it's just church music? I'm assuming it's just like church music.
Hand, and another man can testify to this, a demon beginning to literally manifest during the service as they started their worship. It is not worship at Upper Room. You have to wake up and get out of Upper Room. Get out of there. If you're in there, you are sheep headed to the slaughter. The Lord is leading an exodus out of these falsified church. And the last point I want to make, as I was being escorted out of Upper Room,
Xavier Macax, please have higher standards for yourself. Good Lord.
A man grabbed my throat and was trying to strangle me and get me out of there. I'm not telling you that to play a victim. This is what is...
Shit, I didn't mean to click on that.
About to explain everyone's trying to strangle me and get me out of there. I'm not telling...
Tweakle says, I think I just found a Sovsit IRL. One of the houses in my neighborhood has a I will not comply sign out front. Might also just be a MAGA anti-vax person. There's a decent bit of crossover, but still.
You that to play a victim. This is what is very important. There was a woman performing witchcraft over me while I was being escorted out, and I have a woman to testify. That's it. As we were being removed from the church and I was being kicked out and thrown out, the guy had his hand on my neck like this. And what was a woman doing?
Wait, I thought you said it was a demon. It was a guy?
At the church while I was being removed from the service.
She was like chasing after you, like flinging her arm out, chanting something.
What's that? I want to wait until something is so black and white and exposed and wake up the generation.
What is this guy's fucking problem?
Grab his Bible. I can feel it!
Oh, he went into this Pentecostal church and called them all demonic? They love that.
His Bible.
Christians love when you claim their denomination is demonic.
This is not of the Lord. Another spirit is being invited in, I am telling you. I can feel it.
Thanks, Jubilee Helix.
There is no conviction in this home. This is not the Lord. They are selling in the house of the Lord. They are opening in demonic portals. We are here at Upper Room in Dallas, Texas. This is the most demonic church I have ever walked into. I've walked into quite a few churches, even Joel Osteen's church. Yes, that is embarked in greed. But you know what's going on here is witchcraft. They're hypnotizing people with the music. They have stuff on the screens. And watch this quick video. 90% of people are already They're hypnotizing you. Don't you understand? This is sheep being led into the slaughter. Run away from...
Being a sheep for Jesus is good. Being a sheep in other contexts, bad. Bad.
This. How can you get a young person to come into your church?
Okay, crazy guy. Good to know.
He doesn't go around the world, getting money.
Oh, yikerinos! Lakeland, Florida. Wow, neo-Nazis. Yikes. Yikes, yikes, yikes. Okay. Moving on.
What are the 7 trumpets and what are their meanings?
The 7 trumpets are basically the 7 judgments that are about to come on the earth, and here they are. Trumpet number 1 will be the destruction of 1/3 of the trees and the grass on earth. The second trumpet shows that 1/3 of the sea will become blood, and that
How is 1/3 of the sea gonna turn to blood? It's a fluid. It'll disperse. I've seen the new Black Mirror episodes, except for the last one of the season. Gonna watch that later. I've enjoyed it. It feels better than the last season. I really liked the first 3 episodes. The 4th one was a little weak, and it was a little weird. Haven't seen the 5th one, but I liked the first 3 a lot.
1/3 of the ships and the sea life in the sea will be killed. The third trumpet will be a comet or star falling from heaven and infecting 1/3 of the rivers, making it poisonous and bitter.
What?
During the 5th trumpet, a fallen angel will come down and open the keys to the bottomless pit, and these locusts will...
Where's the bottomless pit?
...come out, and these locusts will...
I think we would have noticed if we found a bottomless pit.
...have the body of a horse and a face like a human, and they will torture humans on the earth that do not have the seal of God already. The 6th trumpet...
That's pretty fucked up. God sounds like an asshole.
...will be the release of 4 angels who will go down to earth and kill 1/3 of humanity.
Wow, God likes to murder people. Holy shit.
7th trumpet, which is also the last trumpet, is when God declares his kingdom. Like for more, and feel free to comment random topics that you guys want me to cover, because I really enjoy doing these videos.
Just leave it to Christian nationalists to make Jesus sound like the scariest, evilest motherfucker in existence.
Ich will hier gar nicht weg. Lass die mal Abi erstmal irgendwo studieren. Ich weiß noch nicht mal was.
Morgen. Was versteht man unter autokratischen Staatsformen?
Diktatur vielleicht?
Ihr seid also der Meinung, dass eine Diktatur in Deutschland nicht mehr möglich wäre, ja?
Auf keinen Fall. Dazu sind wir viel zu aufgeklärt.
So the teacher tries to do fake fascism to teach him. Well, let me see if I can get English translations on here. I know there already is, but you guys can't see. I guess I'll just move my thing for this. Video capture device. Okay. There we go. I'll move it back after this is done.
So, und jetzt im Gleichschritt. Spürt ihr das? Das ist die Kraft der Gemeinschaft.
Aber ich glaube, du hast die ganze Sache nicht mehr unter Kontrolle. Überhaupt nicht mehr.
Was hast du eigentlich gegen die Welle?
Mensch, Marco, mach doch mal die Augen auf. Die Welle entwickelt sich zu einer echt komischen Sache.
Sie sollten mal sehen, wie die Schüler aus sich rauskommen. Die sind wirklich hochmotiviert. Ihr nehmt mich wohl nicht so richtig ernst, wa?
Ich kann euch so nicht reinlassen.
Ihr habt sie doch nicht mehr.
Reminds me a little bit of the Stanford prison experiment. Air quotes. H-Beard says the fascist class thing was sort of real. This was a TV movie in the U.S. There was a TV movie in the U.S. about this. It had the dad from Harry and the Hendersons. John Lithgow. Fenekagami says, oh, Hannah, good pride vibes about neo-Nazis getting humiliated. Ooh, yes, please. What is this? Fascists tried to intimidate pride goers, but got utterly humiliated instead. Yes, please. Oh, did they have one of the, right-wing assholes trying to do a push-up contest against one of the other people at Pride?
Look at all these cowards with their masks! All the cowards!
A lot of you have probably noticed that Nazis have gotten increasingly bold as of late,
For example, last weekend, about 24 DeSantis supporting Nazis protested in front of Disney World. Not the first time that they've done this, by the way. And back in May, more of them showed support for DeSantis outside of a Turning Point USA event. And even last year, I'm sure you recall that they notoriously showed support for Kanye West after he made multiple anti-Semitic comments. And you're probably shocked to see that the Nazis are back, but to be very clear, they never actually went away.
Beat fascists by being fabulous? Yeah, being fabulous. That's definitely what we need to do, and not that as a code word for literally anything else.
They're just probably feeling a little bit emboldened by
something, that meme about defeating fascism with the power of love. And then step 2.
The fascist turn that the Republican Party has taken over the course of the last decade.
Google it.
Now, this year, Pride has been a target for obvious reasons. This has been the main thing that Republicans and propagandists have been harping on. In fact, neo-Nazis showed up to
Everyone fucking loves soup.
Intimidate guests at Centralia's Pride Festival in Washington State, but it didn't go too well for them. In fact, saying that it didn't go well for them would be an understatement. They were literally run out of the event after being humiliated.
If you're going to Pride, maybe bring a can of soup in case you get hungry, and maybe like a long sock that you can put the soup can in, and then you can maybe change your socks later if they get wet.
And emasculated multiple times. So as local news affiliate The Chronicle explains, their hate-filled presence on Saturday did little to stop the celebration. Festival attendees simply shifted their dancing from within the square to the street, blocking the protesters' signs with their own Rural Americans Against Racism signs and rainbow decorations. While the protesters later attempted to visit businesses in Centralia and Chehalis, where a drag show was held at McPhiller Chehalis Theater that evening, multiple businesses denied the group entry or service, according to Facebook posts. Now, there's videos, and they're great, and I'm gonna—
Xavier Mac X, thanks for gifting 5 tier 1 subs. Thank you.
I'm gonna show them to you, but before we do that, I do want to give you some additional context about these neo-Nazi groups that showed up. Stump City Research points out on Twitter that one of the groups who showed up, primarily the main group, I believe, was the Evergreen Active Club, whose leader, Daniel Rowe, was actually convicted of a hate crime for stabbing an interracial couple that he saw kissing back in 2016. And the other group who showed up, according to Stump City Research, was the Rose City Nationalists, whose leader, Casey Knudsen, is a convicted child abuser. So to be clear, we're talking about very dangerous people here. Their goal, obviously, was to make the Pride attendees feel unwelcomed in their own city and make them feel unsafe. However, it did not go the way that they planned. So let me give you a couple of examples. These are all great. So I don't know who challenged who to the push-up contest, but they had a push-up contest between a Pride goer and a Nazi. Now, in this video that you're about to watch, the Pride goer is wearing pink and the Nazi is wearing black. And here's how that went. I don't want to say anything else, just watch.
I thought you guys were the master race. What happened?
That was incredible. Absolutely incredible. My favorite part, of course, was how once the Nazis started to peter out and get tired, the Pride goer started to ramp up the push-ups and started to do claps in between them. That is just amazing. I mean, you know that stung because all of these dudes are about hypermasculinity and about being alpha males, but yet the Chad Pride goer just made them all look like a bunch of betas. You'll love to see it. But it gets even better yet because other Pride goers got the neo-Nazi leader, Daniel Rowe, to move away from his position simply by twerking at him. Now, unfortunately, I can't play the audio for this video because they're blasting Lady Gaga's Born This Way, and that would violate YouTube's copyright policies. But I did replace the audio with my own Jordan Peterson song. But towards the end, that's going to cut away, and you'll hear the actual audio when the Pride goers heckle the Nazis. Enjoy.
Up yours, up yours, up yours.
sons of bitches.
Thanks, Ren. I'll look at that in a sec.
I dreamed I saw my maternal grandmother. She was stroking.
Be very careful. I would not recommend you touch anyone like this. As silly as it is, and it is funny, they could potentially weaponize the police against you and claim that you're harassing and or assaulting them. So be careful. Be careful. Be smart about things.
Herself absent-mindedly. I let her have her way. The genital region was exposed. I let her have her way. Woke moralists. What the hell are we gonna do without men? Masturbation.
This song's pretty funny.
LOL.
He attempts to block them from view.
Oh, I got it, buddy. That sucks. Woo! What are you gonna do? Why don't you go back?
If they're filming Play Nintendo and Disney music, yes. If you ever need to, if you need to stop, if you ever see like a sovereign citizen or First Amendment auditor harassing you or whatever, or a Nazi filming or whatever, again, be smart. Be smart. Use tactics. Use your brain, okay? You can hinder these people legally. Stephen J. Neptune Man says, "Hey Hannah, so a friend of mine and I were talking the other day. He's fairly progressive, he's pro-choice, pro-LGBT, pro-vaccine, etc. But he told me that he's open to the idea of a cabal sacrificing babies because he saw videos that looked pretty convincing. Should I be concerned? Is this a red flag?" Very red flag. Very red flag. Your friend might be starting down some sort of like conspiracy right-wing Nazi pipeline. Probably want to nip that in the bud. Dahlia Vianney says, twerk from a safe distance.
I'm walking, man. What's your problem? I'm walking here. Okay. Get out of here. Oh, he was blocking the place, so I made sure to get it. You wanted to run like a little kid and tried to block me, so...
Now, all of these videos that we just watched, so Stumptown Research shared these.
Funny. Okay, Rin said an example of how not to deal with Nazis. Skip to 1 minute 10 seconds. Oh goddamn, it's fucking anime. Yes. That's an example of what not to do. Clearly. Okay, what else we got? Ron DeSantis being a fucking weirdo on the Christian Broadcasting Network.
Of, you know, throughout history.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, I think like, you know, could I have been there with Jesus's disciples? I mean, you know, these are people who, you know, Peter's just fishing one day and all of a sudden, you know, this guy comes up to him.
Ron DeSantis isn't going to win the nomination, I don't think, specifically because his voice is not good. I know that sounds dumb. I know it shouldn't matter in theory, but especially for Republicans for whom aesthetic is basically everything, his voice isn't, you know, he doesn't sound like a tough guy, you know, he doesn't sound like Trump, he doesn't necessarily speak at a 5th grade level, so he kind of sounds, you know, a little too elitist for some of these Trump people, you know what I mean?
Catches all the fish and says, you know, you're going to be...
He's got that Jeb Bush please clap energy.
Fisher, I want you to be a fisher of men. Come with me. And so these guys all went out and they dedicated their life to spreading the gospel. And they all were killed for, you know, they tried to kill John. John ended up, you know, being able to survive. But I mean, the intent was to put him to death too. And, you know, to talk about what that was like. You know, talk about...
Ron DeSantis' voice is whiny. He's like Caillou with hair. Yeah.
What their impressions are, you know, what of that. I look back at that and would love to have been able to be there with them.
The presidency is above the law.
Oh, we're straight up. We are straight up doing Nixon talking points Okay. All right. Well, that's not... The funny thing is here, he's really anti-Biden, right? And he wants Biden to be arrested, presumably for some bullshit. So how does he gel those two things? And no, the president should not be above the law. Period. I'm not saying it always works. I'm saying it's abhorrent to say that you think that that should be the case. It's disgusting. You're an awful person if you think that.
Don't let people convince you otherwise. All you can do to a sitting president is...
Trump isn't a sitting president. He's an ex-president.
To get them out of that office. Because while they're in that office, they are shielded from all the criminal consequences.
I find that to be ridiculous, and the Department of Justice's opinion on this disgusts me on a visceral level.
That you and I are not shielded from. And rightly so. You cannot vest authority in a person and then imprison them.
Yes, you can if they break the law.
While they hold that authority.
Trump doesn't hold that authority.
It's insanity.
He's not the president.
To even think so. Now that brings me down to the indictment against President Donald Trump. Everything they've indicted him for, everything, is connected to his time in the presidency.
He stole classified documents after he was already out of the presidency, and he didn't declassify them. So he wasn't the president when this happened.
Now, many people would say, no, he committed...
This guy went to prison for fraud? I'm shocked. You're telling me someone who was convicted for fraud is a fan of Trump? Can't imagine why.
These crimes after he left...
Oh, shit.
...presidents. And then imprison them while they hold that authority. It's insanity to even think so.
Why? Chiba Hawk says, by his own logic, Biden could just order the execution of all maggots in the U.S. and there's not a damn thing anyone could do about it. Weird take. Yeah. He doesn't mean this in the literal sense. You gotta understand, guys. Fascists don't mean the things they're saying. Facts aren't facts to them. They're tools. So they will manufacture alternative facts, aka fucking lies, because they find it strategically beneficial in the moment. It's not good faith acting. This guy could in the same breath say, but this doesn't apply to Biden because fuck Biden. And he would have no problem with it because it's not about reality, it's not about truth, it's not about consistency. It's about imposing your will, your authority, your power over society at any means, by any means.
Now that brings me down to the indictment against President Donald Trump. Everything they've indicted him for, everything, is connected to his time in the presidency.
Again, no.
Now, many people would say, no, he committed these crimes after he left office.
Yes.
No. No.
Oh, he said no 3 times. Interesting.
He took the documents that was under his purview.
He's not being charged with a Presidential Records Act violation. These people clearly, again, it's like they're playing this shell game. Like, you don't even know what he's charged with. This isn't even, the charges aren't about, like, whether or not these documents are classified, though they were. The specific charges are about endangering America, Americans, and agents of America by sharing documents that had to do with national security, regardless of the classified nature of said documents. Again, I don't know if he genuinely doesn't know this and hasn't read the indictment, or he just expects his audience won't, and they won't. But either way, it's a lie.
While he was still in office, those documents made their way to Mar-a-Lago, and
they didn't. Trump even tweeted about this, truthed about it on his stupid fucking fake Twitter website. Trump showed pictures of the day he moved out, him taking those boxes. And again, the indictment spells out the timeline. They have text messages and recordings. We know when those documents were stolen.
And New Jersey, wherever they went under his care. The disagreement with Nara happened after he left office, but it was still connected to an action that took place while he was in office.
Some of these people, I'm telling you.
What we understand now, Watergate was pedophile. I don't know if you knew that, Steve.
I didn't know. I didn't.
Watergate was when Nixon and his team hired a couple of thieves to break into the DNC election headquarters in the Watergate Hotel and steal confidential information so Nixon could use it against his opponents. It wasn't about pedophilia. It was about Nixon committing crimes in order to try and win an election. How are we in 2023 and anyone's trying to defend Nixon?
See my wrinkled brow. I didn't realize that.
It's a book that had the list of pedophiles in government. And
again, now they stole confidential stuff from the DNC.
So this is why it was so huge and explosive.
We just
Oh God, what is this one going to be?
have to demonstrate that he will not take power by if he does run, making sure he under legitimate efforts of our Constitution does not become the next president again.
Yeah, he's saying he beat him, you fucking idiots.
Today we witness the most evil and heinous abuse of power in the history of our country.
Do I know what Nixon's committee to re-elect the president called itself? No, what did they call themselves?
Sad thing to watch. A corrupt sitting president had his top
this lady wearing color contacts.
Opponent arrested on fake and
they called themselves creep. Perfect.
Fabricated charges of which he and numerous other
my least favorite, maybe I'm a boomer, but my least favorite genre of internet video now is like TikToks where there's like a video and then there's just randomly another person who doesn't even say anything, but they're just like I understand, I do reaction content, I do stuff like this, but I'm talking, right? I'm adding commentary, I'm a commentary channel. Why do these people just fucking sit there and go, I can see the video. It's like the TikTok version of a laugh track. It's like you're too fucking stupid to know how you're supposed to respond, so that they're there to tell you. It annoys the hell out of me. Oh God, this is a LGB drop the T fucker.
If any terrorism comes, it's from this government. And if there was an outside threat like a bin Laden, who was a known CIA asset in the 80s, running the Mujahideen war, and whose family builds all the military bases.
The American government did indeed fund and train the organization that Osama bin Laden was in, yes.
Is over in Saudi Arabia right now.
That doesn't mean the United States did 9/11, though. I don't think they did.
This is on the board of Iridium Satellite. And tell them, we know the government's planning terrorism. We know Oklahoma.
I think it's Rambo 3. I think Rambo 3 is the Mujahideen one.
Oklahoma City and World Trade Center was terrorism.
Become linked.
Proceedings.
InfoWars.
Okay, it's the 13th of April.
Oh, this guy's Very quiet, very ASMR. Let's turn that up.
I thought I would do another episode of
I thought it was Rambo 3, but I could be wrong.
The Trail of the Devil's Detail. Looking at the creepy
fuck, dude.
Symbolic patterns in the failing pterograph. Now, I wanted to show you some interesting data points in a couple of recent issues of the failing pterograph that I reckon confirm that those in the editorial tier and above, in the mainstream media, actually the deep state media, that they know that the mysterious Mr. 17 Anon narrative is actually legit. And
so he's a QAnon guy and he's looking for patterns in newspapers. Okay.
Telling their creepy mates that it's happening in a coded way as usual, hiding in plain sight. Right? I've been doing it for a while. Like, for example, in a recent issue, I've made a video about this. They had a story that featured a dude wearing a white hat, a white cowboy hat, and the headline was "Fling ends in storm." So you had the white hat and the storm, okay, together. What are the odds? There was another example, I think probably 7 or 8 weeks ago now, where they had a cartoon of, Philip Lowe, the Reserve Bank guy, and he was portrayed as a Bond villain, a kind of hybrid of Dr. No and Blofeld, and he had this cat, the white cat, of Blofeld. And the theme was, the CBA fat cats. So it had the letters CBA, Commonwealth Bank, CBA on the fat cat, and the cat was so perfectly round that it, and with the tail pointing out at the base of the cat, it formed the letter Q, right? And the letters were brought to mind in the cartoon because of the CBA, right? So, that was very clearly a reference.
This guy's a goddamn psycho. Again, this line. This guy's probably mentally ill. It's such a gray area with conspiracy theorists. Because, I'd argue pretty much all of these people are on some level mentally ill, but where do you draw that line where it's like this person is a danger to themselves and others?
From the whole QAnon narrative, it's going to be biblical, right? There's that great line everybody knows from the movie Law-Abiding Citizen and the Gerard Butler.
Does everyone know that line from a movie I've never seen?
Character says, "I'm going to pull the whole thing down. I'm going to bring the whole fucking diseased, corrupt temple down on your head. It's going to be biblical." Right? We all know that scene and that line, okay?
I don't think we do. You can maybe, as a movie person, I understand that often I make references to pretty obscure movies, but usually I'll be like, this is from this movie, and I don't necessarily expect everyone to get the reference. But, why do you assume that everyone knows that weird Gerard Butler movie? I've never fucking seen it. What are you talking about? You can reference maybe, Star Wars, maybe some of the Marvel movies. There are movies that people know quotes from. Terminator, Indiana Jones. Law-Abiding Citizen was not a big enough movie that people know it off the top of their heads and remember lines.
Okay, so I think it's interesting that they've got this cartoon. Trump portraying himself as,
media literacy fail moment once again.
Being crucified, and he's going too much, and then you can see his team of lawyers. Interesting, the pinky purple, right? And then there's the sort of Luciferian symbol, like the 666, you see, but it's okay, but it sort of looks like a Luciferian symbol as well. And they're going.
Literally this is not a difficult political comic to unravel. Again, the point is that he's martyring himself, or at least trying to make himself look like a martyr, when in reality he's not. He's acting like he's so put upon that he's basically casting himself in the role of, a messiah being killed as a martyr, like Jesus. And his lawyers are like, hey, you're overdoing it. It's not a hard political cartoon to decipher, okay? You don't need to make shit up.
While you're going, it's a bit over the top, okay? But there's another example of, you know, the biblical theme and the
For as much as these people talk about, like, secret symbolism, they don't understand real symbolism. Like, he's unable to, it seems like he's unable to genuinely understand what the symbolism here means. It's interesting.
Version of biblical imagery, which they do all the time, okay? Now, I think that's significant because of the, you know, the whole QAnon narrative, okay? And then the very next day, you've got another cartoon, which has Trump, he has risen, right? And
okay, again, it's using biblical imagery to show him rising from the dead in some way.
And look here.
It's an unexpected return. Farquad, thanks for 22 months.
Right on cue. Okay, so obviously that means, you know, it's a theatrical term for, you know, your entry is now. But then look at the image. It's the circle, and then
it's supposed to be Jesus's tomb. This is recreating a tableau of Jesus, his burial place being opened and the stone having been rolled away. I'm not even religious anymore, and I know what this is depicting. Does he not understand what he's looking at? They're supposed to be Roman soldiers, and he's supposed to be like Jesus as whatever. Fucking hell, man.
There's the line coming out at the base, kind of like the tail of the cat. Remember I mentioned that other cartoon? And that clearly is the letter Q. Look, they have...
Okay, so if you look at, like, tableaus of Jesus's tomb, you'll often see, like, it looks like this. This is typically how it's depicted. Well, let me zoom in. It'd be nice. It'll be a cave of some kind, and a stone that the idea was, as a crypt, the stone was rolled in front of it, so it's sealed. But the idea is that it's open, because he came out of it. Like, the famous scene in the Bible is two women, or three women, a group of women come across to pay their respects to Jesus, but when they get there, the stone is rolled away, and if I remember correctly, I believe there's a... Sorry. And if I remember correctly, I think there's even, like, an angel there that tells them, like, Jesus has risen! If you've ever been exposed to Christianity, you should be able to recognize this imagery, and Christianity is, like, the biggest religion on the planet. So, you know, maybe understand biblical allusions. They show up a lot.
I haven't made it completely obvious.
I'm pretty sure the two most referenced things in media, the two most referenced pieces of work ever are the Bible and Shakespeare. So if you want to understand things that have a lot of allusions, not illusions, allusions, probably have a basic understanding of those two things.
But look at the line formed there, right? And then it actually says right on cue.
Yeah, that's not how you spell the letter Q. The letter Q is the letter Q. That is a, oh God, is it a homonym, homophone? Where the word sounds alike, but it's a different word that has a different meaning.
Okay, so, you know...
Is it homophone? Someone correct me.
That is clear.
I haven't watched Schoolhouse Rock in a while.
Clearly meant to...
homophone? I should know that because phone, like it sounds the same. Yeah. You also said it. Phone, homophone, homophone, sounds the same. Homonym? Is a homonym spelled the same? Or pronounced differently but spelled similar? I don't know.
Symbolize QAnon, you know, that whole narrative in a covert way for a select audience. It's not for the masses, obviously, but it's a little hint that it's happening. Okay? Now, also, you can see they're harking back to the previous cartoon, bun fight over.
See, this is why I don't like writing. I'm a bad speller. And I can speak, you know? I can speak pretty well. But in writing, I don't think I've used a semicolon in 16 years. I don't have the confidence for it. Where the fuck do you put a semicolon? And you're going to say, oh, it's between two independent clauses in the same sentence. I'm just not going to do that. I'm just going to make them two different sentences. Why the fuck would I do that?
Cross, hot cross buns, but, the cross, of course, okay, it's going to be biblical. Okay, you see, this is what they're doing. Okay, they're saying it's happening. They're telling their creepy mates it's happening, and that Q is legit. Okay, and then if you think that, oh no, I'm joining dots that are too far apart, or it's a coincidence, and all that stuff. Well, this is Monday, April the 10th, right? So what's that? 2 days on, and then look at the headline there. Political story, of course, but the word storm, right? Which, of course, is another key word from the QAnon narrative, because you got the white hats.
And the word storm never showed up before, after, or concurrent with Q posts in any context.
The storm is upon us, and, all those other elements, right? So storm is a key element, right? Now, if you're going to go, well, no, that's just, they're just trying to make it a compelling headline in the cover, mate. No, don't read. Mate, you're cooked, mate. You're reading too much into it. Okay, well, look, this is the day before. This is April 9th. That's the front cover of the April 10th, and this is the day before. The back cover. Okay? Some story about some celebrity weather guy or something. Why today's favourite day, how stepping out of the spotlight. Interesting. Stepping out of the spotlight. Who is the bringer of light? There's the imagery again.
I wonder if American films and their structure has led to more people with mental illness not seeking help and instead feeling that they're some special chosen one. Because in American media in particular, and I know this is a thing in stories all over the world, I know this isn't exclusive to the United States necessarily, but especially I think in American mass media, we have the trope of, like, the chosen one, or a subset of people that have been selected out and, like, know a secret, that other people don't know about society. And of course, those make interesting stories. I like The Matrix, at least the first and second ones. But I wonder how much that's maybe accidentally put into the heads of some people with mental, like delusional people, I wonder if that's given them a false sense that that's, like, realistic. So when they start believing these delusional things that don't necessarily conform to reality, instead of being like, oh my god, I'm having a mental breakdown, or I'm having some kind of, like, thing where I'm unable to discern reality from fantasy, instead, because they've seen so many narratives in their culture about, people going against the grain, and this rugged individualism, and, like, a select group of people who know something the sheep don't. It's such a prominent story that maybe it primes them to, instead of recognizing that they might be at fault, that they are special in some way. And again, I know this guy isn't American, but I'm talking about America right now. And our media, quite frankly, gets exported all around the world. So this is anywhere that these sort of narratives get touted. I don't know. It's sad. It's really, really sad that they just, like, can't be like, oh my god, something's wrong with me. It's that individualism, and I'm not against individualism, far from it. I just think that a lot of people in the United States and the UK are more averse to collectivism and recognizing their place in the whole of society. They don't like it very much. They like to imagine themselves as islands, and I think that's bad for everyone, including people like this.
Video.
Holy shit. Sorry, that was very loud. This is funny. This lady thinks that Biden's inauguration back in 2020 was CGI. So let's check that out.
Nothing about Biden's inauguration was real on any level. They couldn't get people there, so they used COVID as a scare.
Ma'am, you know people live in Washington, D.C., right? They could see it. Like, people work there. Like, there were thousands of people who saw it in person.
Scapegoat. And they shut everything down and they sprinkled little CGI people in the audience. And I showed that, proved that in several videos, which
you proved it? Okay.
You can now find on Rumble and BitChute under Julie Blue, JEWELYBLU.
Holy shit. Hold on, I gotta add this lady to my list of crazy people. Oh. Okay, good. It's always nice when you find a conspiracy theorist who knows how to intonate in such a way that their whole video isn't just a slog, because they're just kind of talking, you know, like this. To keep people interested, you gotta kind of have a personality.
UE. And
she's serious.
I'm not the only.
Seriously nuts. Bittergrin says, you think Washington, D.C. is a real place with real people? Wake up, sheeple.
Only one that saw all these.
The font. Hey. She can use papyrus. It's fine.
Inconsistencies and just blatant lies. This here is from one of my videos, but the video coming up is from someone who picked apart issues, some of which I did and some I didn't, that have been just simmering for two.
The worst part about editing a show for like a decade, before I did the live stream thing, is that it's really obvious to you, and I'm sure other people who do any kind of either audio or video editing that includes audio, you can really tell when people make cuts and splices. It's off-putting. Did you all hear that splice?
Lies. This people and BitChute under Julie Blue, JEWELYBLUE. And I'm not the only one that saw all these inconsistencies and just blatant lies. This here is from one of my videos, but the video coming up is from someone who picked apart issues, some of which I did and some I didn't, that have been just simmering for 2.5 years now, and nothing's been done because mainstream media doesn't feel a need to point out the obvious things that make zero sense. But bottom line, Joe Biden's a fraud. There's no way.
Crossfading is your friend, editors, by the way, if you need to make things a little less obvious. You can... Anyway.
Hey, that he could be our legit president. This stuff needs to continue to rise to the top. We cannot brush it and sweep it under a rug.
Rises to the top, just like a fatty turd.
We need to keep throwing this out there because this needs to be spoken, seen, and realized. We cannot let this go.
I was looking at Biden's inauguration again, and I noticed none of the military had any ranks or honors on their jackets. So I decided to go back and look at other past inaugurations, and I noticed Bush, they had their ranks on their jackets. I looked at Obama. This isn't actually the inauguration, but it is a laying of the wreath. For some reason, the video wouldn't edit that I found for Obama's inauguration.
What do you mean the video wouldn't edit? What does that even mean?
But you can see here,
like the format wouldn't render in your program that you use? I don't even know what the fuck that means.
Here, they all have their military rank on their jackets, and the next one you'll see with Trump.
Never knew crossfade has a meaning other than to get high and shit-faced simultaneously. Yeah, when you edit audio, you can like, it basically, it makes the first clip fade out at the same rate the other clip is fading in, so it's smoother. You don't notice it as much as an abrupt, like, cut. Especially if there's difference in the background noise between the two, clips.
Trump has his, and I want you to notice, too, that all three of them were able to touch the wreath and kind of push it back on the stand. But I want you to notice Biden's on what happens with his here.
Is a lot of this going to be stuff where they don't remember that this was during a pandemic?
Because his is different. Because remember, there's no military rank on any of the jackets anywhere. You can't find them.
Okay.
And
The military men in Biden's were in field uniforms.
You're going to see he doesn't walk down the steps. He walks out from the left.
Okay, do you think the new president has to go a specific route? Do you think going down those stairs is part of how you become president?
If you're facing the tomb.
Yeah, those are
which is
dress
weird.
uniforms.
So you see there's no military ranking on any military officer there. They don't get to touch the wreath for some reason. They have to walk.
Probably COVID, if I had to guess. Also, did they need to? I know I saw clips where where Trump and Obama were touching them, but do they have to touch them? Why would they? I don't understand.
Up to it and do this awkward, hey,
there are diverse ways to set up one's dress uniform.
buddy, how you doing? Kind of thing. And then they stand there, look at it, and then they turn.
He's Catholic, you fucking idiots.
Around and walk back. So why? I also want to point out that they did the 21 gun salute with 2 guns actually at the cemetery when he arrived to the tomb of the unknown soldier. And then you got these 3 knuckleheads that
Why wouldn't they just why wouldn't they just fake the ranks if this was all a show? This is the thing about conspiracy theorists. Anything that they can point to and think, that's weird, whether it's reasonable or not, or is consistent, doesn't matter. They just go, this is weird. Is this evidence? It's that meme of the anime character with the butterfly going, is this whatever? It's that, but it's conspiracy theorists seeing things they don't understand and going, is this evidence of a conspiracy?
showed up for some reason, which is weird too, and they showed up way before the family.
Wait, it's weird. No, former presidents are at the inaugurations all the time. It was abnormal that Trump didn't go to Joe Biden's. Former presidents go to the inaugurations and stuff all the fucking time. That's typical.
They did, because you can see the family walking in. But I figured out why they did the 1 minute and 22 seconds of silence or awkwardness from my last video.
Like, I think they pretty much just don't go if they're a sore loser like Trump, or if they're, like, so old that they're having health issues like Jimmy Carter, you know?
Video. It was because they were supposed to do the 21 gun salute after the president got sworn in. This is Trump.
They might have moved it around again. This was during COVID, and while this is a ceremonial thing, it's not like there's nothing in the Constitution that says, and then the soldiers have to do a 21 gun salute after, and that's part of how you become president. It's ceremonial. You can kind of do whatever you want with it.
Trump's 21 gun salute directly after he got sworn into office as president. Now you can go back and you can find videos where you can hear Obama's going off, you can hear Bush's going off, but Biden didn't do it for some reason, and the military didn't have their honors on or their ranks, and it kind of makes you wonder, doesn't it? Now I want to read this about the 21 gun salute. It says, in accordance with the ceremonial...
It's not a new thing. John Adams bailed on Jefferson inaugural too because he was ticked he lost. Sit down, John!
Standard operating procedure of the 3rd U.S. Infantry, i.e. the old...
It's like the presidential portraits. Up until Carter, portraits were painted, but Carter wanted to do a photograph because it was cheaper. Yeah.
Guard. The various gun salutes are assigned as follows. Each round in a given salute is fired one at a time. The number of cannon used in a battery depends upon the intervals between each round fired. Now, I want you to notice that Trump had 4 cannons.
Again, like, this doesn't fucking matter. Why do they think this has anything to do with anything?
Fired.
This is ceremonial. None of it has anything to do with the actual legality of becoming president. This could just not be part of it at all. And it would have no bearing on whether or not the person who was elected to be president is the president when they...
The military code says they want a odd number firing. So this isn't all that awkward with 4 of them firing, but I want you to look back at Biden's inauguration when they're laying the wreath and he's pulling up, that there's 3 cannons there. 2 are actually firing every 6 seconds, which will bring it to 2 minutes and 6 seconds by the time it's all done. Now, this is interesting here. A 3-gun battery firing 2 of its guns with 5-second intervals between rounds.
Why is this all about the gun thing? It's irrelevant.
And 1 gun remaining at the ready in case of a misfire. Such a battery would be used at an armed forces full honors funeral or for a state arrival ceremony of a foreign dignitary at the Tomb of the Unknowns in Arlington National Cemetery. So they were firing 2 guns that is right on with this for a arrival of a foreign dignitary.
Hey guys, did you know Hitler had a dog and Biden has a dog? Oh my god. Are you fucking kidding me?
Up with that. I think you can figure that out now, can't you?
I know it's hard to imagine that what you're seeing with your eyes is not actually what's happening, but once you can wrap your brain around the fact that enjoy the show means it's literally a show. Movies aren't real. Yes, there are real things happening, but we are not seeing all of them because I think it would be catastrophic. It would be something that the world, America, could never recover from. But once you realize this, I think that's when you see it with your real eyes. The amount of foolery around us and fake and gay is insanity. The Durham report...
I'm sorry, did she just say fake and gay?
So many are upset about that. I can see the bigger picture. If there's a lot of blackmail and people suppressing information, that's what's going to be happening with the Durham report. Eventually, the military has to take control. Why would the military have to do that? Because people like Durham and other good people out there are incapable, unable...
Remember when they all said the Durham report was gonna, like, oh, Obama and Hillary and everyone's gonna get arrested, and then nothing happened? And the people that were charged were found not guilty, except for the one person who pleaded guilty for a plea deal.
People to bring forth
That's a copyrighted song.
information to the public about how crying into it.
Ugh. Fucking homophobic bitch. Jubilee Helix! My brain
hurts!
Is that from Faulty Towers? What is that from? Oh, that's from Monty Python. Gotcha.
This day will go down in infamy, and Joe Biden will forever be remembered thug banter.
President Truth, now welcome to this Christian Patriot News Update. Today we're going to discuss the unsealing of indictments. On the left of your screen you can see our favorite President Truth. Now that the seal is broken, think the unsealing of indictments. And to the right we'll find out how our favorite president pointed us to QDrop 4888, subpoena all of Hunter Biden's financial records, death blow, Pandora's political elite box. We'll go through this tweet from General Mike Flynn. Anons are waiting for a specific tweet that reads, "My fellow Americans, the storm is upon us." But we'll go through this tweet from General Mike Flynn that says, "Yes, the storm has arrived." We'll hear from Chuck Grassley, who says, "Trust Grassley." And we'll discuss military planning at its finest. It's official. Our favorite president, Donald J. Trump, was indicted and arrested. And we'll hear from him today. But did you know that the impeachment of Joe Biden is officially underway?
Good luck with that.
The Biden regime drained our...
I feel like the political stunt of trying to impeach Biden, I don't know exactly who introduced articles of impeachment. I know Marjorie Taylor Greene tried a few times. I feel like the people who fall for that don't know how impeachment works.
Strategic oil reserves to bring down gas prices. But you've seen the price of eggs and groceries. Inflation's at a 40-year high and going up fast. Take control of your retirement with a self-directed IRA with physical gold and silver, not paper, physical.
Terrible idea.
Gold and silver. Top investors predict gold and silver will both hit all-time highs. Call the proud Americans of the Patriot Gold Group today before it's too late. Get their 2023 recession protection, no fee for life IRA, or your IRA.
I'm starving in the streets, but I have all this gold.
Or 401k can be in physical, gold and silver, and you may be eligible for the no fee for life IRA on qualifying rollover.
I feel like there's a line from a song about the USSR that went something like, "The winters are cold, I have plenty of gold, but I'm standing in line for a loaf of bread." That was that Tetris remix. Reminds me of that.
Call 844.
Does he think everyone on the left loves Biden? It's another projection. They all have a slavish devotion to Trump, or at least the people we watch on this show, so they project that outwards and assume everyone who voted for Biden has the same feelings for Biden that they have for Trump, which is just objectively not how most of us view politics.
402-0988 for a free investor guide today, or use the first link in the description box below this video. Mention Christian Patriot News and get...
Like, it kind of feels like a lot of these MAGA people want Donald Trump to be like their daddy. Like, he's gonna come in and fix everything. He's gonna come in and be an authoritarian and do everything for them. And he's perfect in every way, and don't you insult my daddy, you know? Whereas I think, like, Biden, like, he's doing a job. The election process is basically a job interview to be the president. He's an employee of the public of the United States. If he fucks up, he should fuck off. Like, that's... I don't understand how that's hard to get.
Best-in-class service. Patriot Gold Group is a consumer affairs top-rated gold IRA dealer 6 years in a row.
I will appoint a real special prosecutor to go after the most corrupt president in the history of the United States of America.
It's so funny to me that it's just like, you're indicting me, so I'm gonna indict you. On what? On what charges? Good luck.
Joe Biden and the entire Biden crime family.
If you can find illegality done by anyone in the government or elsewhere, do it. That's fine.
Name a special prosecutor. And all others involved with the destruction of our elections, our borders, and our country itself. They're destroying our country. And when I'm reelected, and we will get reelected, we have no choice. We're not going to have a country anymore.
Probably feels like you have no choice, because if you don't win, you might be in jail.
I will totally obliterate the deep state. We will obliterate the deep state. And we know who they are.
Genuinely, if Trump does get back into office in any way, shape, or form, holy shit, the illegal stuff he's gonna do is gonna be horrific. It's gonna be so bad.
I know exactly who they are. They want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the lighting or what, but his face definitely looks different than normal. Looks a little redder or something.
It's very simple. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. They want you silent. And I am the only one that can save this nation because you know they're not coming after me.
You literally were the president for 4 years. What the fuck are you talking about? You're talking like you've never been the president before. And they're not coming for anyone else. They're coming for you because of the crimes you committed.
They're coming after you, and I just happen to be standing in their way, and I will...
He loves to shift the narrative to that. I'll give you this. He's a despot who knows how to play to his stupid audience. Oh.
Will never be moving.
I want to read you something you wrote today on Truth Social. I will appoint a real special prosecutor to go after the most...
Conspiracy man,
borders
please.
And criminal elements that have illegally invaded our country, making America energy independent and even dominant again, and immediately ending the war between Russia and Ukraine. I will appoint...
Immediately end the war by halting everything the United States is doing to help Ukraine. Basically, he's saying, I'll let Russia take over Ukraine. Let me be president, and I'll let Russia do whatever the fuck they want.
A real special prosecutor to go after the most corrupt president in the history of the USA. Joe Biden, the entire Biden crime family, and all others involved with the destruction of our elections, borders, and country itself. In that interview, you also heard our favorite president use the term Pandora's box. That's how we get to Q-Drop 4888. It opens with...
Bummel Homestead says, I wish I could have a plan to be in Michigan or some other safer state immediately after the election if necessary. Unfortunately, capitalism. Yeah. All I can say is, chat, this election cycle is going to be a shit show. Not only do you need to vote, you need to get everyone you know to vote. We just can't fucking do this again. We can't fucking do this again.
With this link of a New York Post article, Hunter Biden reportedly also had business ties in Kazakhstan. Subpoena all of Biden's financial records. This is the
do it. Fucking do it. I don't care.
Death blow. And that's where we are now. Pandora's political elite box is now open. Let's have a closer look at this tweet from General Mike Flynn. He said, yes, the storm has arrived. Now it's between competing clouds of those who are woke in the USG, the media, and the corporate world. All losing, by the way, and those who think they are taking real Donald Trump down through this fake, false indictment and additional persecution. The White House. They are making him even more appealing. The Rhino establishment wants us...
I think it says more about you than you think if indicting him for espionage makes him more electable to you. This guy's a former fucking U.S. general. Jesus Christ. Him and Oliver North should have a podcast called Traitors.
All to move past Trump and get on with their lame attempts to govern the nation. That hasn't worked for well over half a century. The Uniparty has yielded to the takeover of the communist left globalists.
Communist!
Hashtag we the people need to rise to the occasion and start to participate in every action and election going on in our communities. This comment was referring to what the storm has arrived shared. Grassley reveals that the foreign national who bribed Joe and Hunter Biden allegedly has 17, what's the 17th letter of the alphabet? 17 audio recordings of his conversations with the Bidens.
Alright, what else we got?
When President Trump announced a COVID-19 vaccination distribution plan that included the military.
Can stop it fast. I want to ask Scott Atlas to say a couple of words because I heard Biden talking today about he wants to come up with a distribution plan, a distribution for the vaccine that we came up with. A couple of things. We came up with that.
It's so funny to me that Trump acts like he was in a lab somewhere coming up with a vaccine.
Vaccine. It'll be announced fairly soon, but regardless, this month, next month, in a level of time that nobody thought was possible because of what we did with our FDA in terms of streamlining it. I want to thank Dr. Hahn, but what we've done with the streamlining has been incredible and very safely. Number one is safety, number two is speed, but you can have perfect safety and have much more speed, and that's what we did. We did this for more than the vaccine having to do with the China virus. This was also for other things. So many other great drugs are out there that would take 10, 12 years.
What is that? What is this fucking effect? What is happening?
We've moved those schedules up a lot. But if this were Obama, Biden, this would have taken 2-3 years before you were at a stage where we are now at. So we're going to be very soon, and it's sort of funny to watch.
My favorite thing is that he just says stuff.
Joe Biden getting up and reading.
Do I listen to the Knowledge Fight? Not often. The vaccine stuff is actually costing him a lot of support around the InfoWars crowd. Really interesting to listen to. I'm hoping that has a bearing on the primary. He might. This is the thing. I'm not delusional. I don't have enough faith in the United States to believe it's impossible Donald Trump can become president again, regardless of whether he's indicted, found innocent, guilty, in prison. I don't think it matters. No matter what, he could win. This is fucking America. America's been toying with fascism since at least the early 20th century. There was an American Nazi rally at Madison Square Garden, for those who don't know. America's pretty comfy with fascist shit. Beat Poet DJ, thanks for 10 months. So I'm very aware of that. However, I'd like to think that part of the reason Trump won the first time, despite losing the popular vote, is that he was able to rally people who aren't typically voters. And I think between A, his whole first term not really materially improving their lives, B, him being pro-vaccine, which is hilarious because it's one of the only things he did that's actually okay, was being pro-vaccine. That's gonna lose some support from people, rather. He's convinced a lot of people that voting means nothing because he did all these false conspiracy claims of fraud. I don't know. I'm hoping he shed enough support, because elections are won by like 1 to 4%, if that. He really doesn't have to piss off that many people for it to be effective, right? Not to mention demographic shifts. You know, every year more older people die, more younger people become of voting age, and younger people lean left. And the people our age are becoming right-leaning less often because of our economic and social situations. I don't know. Everyone should still be vigilant, and please get involved in the next election and vote and get everyone you know to vote, but, like, I'm feeling okay. I'm feeling maybe okay. I don't think the primary will be too bad. Maybe if they release the audio of him saying, like, incriminating shit and it gets played everywhere. But again, a lot of these people are insulated by only watching either, like, Fox News or Newsmax or crazy bullshit on the internet like this. So even if they release the audio of Trump that they've shown the transcripts of, they're not going to hear it. And if they do hear it, they're going to say it's a deep fake or some bullshit. So it'll be interesting.
Reading a teleprompter and saying how he would have done this. They had H1N1. He calls it the N1H1. It's H1N1.
Because Trump has never misspoken before.
It's called the swine flu, and it was a disaster. And as I said, the person that ran it for him said the worst things about it. I mean, just they didn't know what they were doing. They quit. They had no clue, and that was easy.
Right, and then after the swine flu issue, the Obama administration put together a whole plan for when a pandemic would come again because it's inevitable, and Trump completely disassembled the whole plan prior to the pandemic because it was a Obama-era thing. So then when the pandemic actually hit, there wasn't a plan in place.
Easy by comparison to this. It's the most contagious flu or virus that anybody's seen. This is unbelievable how contagious it is. You found that out. But I watched Biden quickly as he discussed without knowing a thing about a distribution plan, and he said that we don't have a distribution plan, but we do.
Is the conspiracy guy gonna talk more? Just literally showing Trump talking about the vaccine and they're against it because they are an idiot. Great. It's literally an ad. We watched this the other day. This is an ad.
Will fall.
Doing good is good business.
This is Hero Truth. I'm here to expose the lies and distortions, to speak for the silence.
These fucking LARPers, I swear to God.
Voices. There's a war going on. The casualties are our neighbors, friends, and family. We stand on the front lines, yet do nothing to defend them. I remember a hope we once shared, that our species was capable of something truly extraordinary.
You might be a bit alarmed by the imagery contained in this clip.
The veil is being lifted, and they being the fallen angels.
Again, there are people in this country, millions of them, that make political decisions based on who they think are working with demons. Literal flesh and blood fucking demons. They're making political decisions that'll affect your life based on their belief in fucking demons.
Already at the gate for the time when they will be ushered back.
There's gotta be some people, like back in the Middle Ages during the plague or something, who are like, hey, maybe we should stop using the communal well. Maybe that's how it's spreading. And people are like, no!
Back into the world. The Illuminati symbolism is not an accident here. These clips are a part of a show called Heroes Reborn, Dark Matters. In it,
maybe we already watched this, or at least part of it.
A man named Heroes,
because I remember watching the clip from the Heroes reboot.
In every speech and every tweet.
Yeah, and then it just cuts to clips from Fall of the Cabal. I remember that.
Expect depression, expect suicidal thoughts. Expect sometimes to have waves of insanity and madness. You might feel like you're losing your mind, and you actually have this weird energy moving through you, and you start to behave as though your body is being controlled by a puppet master. Your body is just moving on its own, and you have no idea what the hell is controlling you. It's almost like you've been possessed.
Hey guys, Steve here. In this video we're going to talk about meditation in a way you've probably never heard it spoken about before. Is it possible that we are being deceived about meditation? Is it possible?
I've heard other weird Christians say meditation is demonic before. That's literally something that's made fun of in Moral Oral, which is a show from like 15 years ago. So no, it's not a hot take for you to say you think that meditation or yoga or whatever is demonic. We get it, you're scared of traditions that aren't from your culture. You're xenophobic and think it's demonic, we understand.
Possible that there's a dangerous, more sinister reality behind meditation that is being deliberately swept under the rug. And what if clinical research actually proves that meditation is psychologically, emotionally, and spiritually dangerous? To some people this may sound like a typical Christian...
Kinda sounds like the opposite of literally every study I've ever heard about the subject, but sure.
Paranoia, especially coming from an ex-New Ager such as myself. I couldn't have imagined
ex-New Ager
making a video like this, say, 5 years ago when I was writing articles on the benefits of meditation on one of the largest New Age websites in the world, or when I was practicing meditation, or when I was writing my ebook on mindfulness that got 30,000 downloads. I really thought that
humble brag?
Meditation was a necessary part of life, and if anyone were to tell me it was dangerous, I would think that they're unscientific or completely crazy.
Yep.
After all we ever hear about is how meditation can improve sleep, how it can reduce stress, how it can improve creativity. But the truth is, there's a massive body of research that clearly demonstrates and proves that meditation has the ability to cause long-term and short...
I am so curious what sources he's going to cite here. There are no sources cited in... Oh wait, no, here it is. Sources. Let's take a look. New study finds meditation is mentally and emotionally dangerous. Let's see where this is from. By Stephen Bancars. In this article, we're going to talk about meditation in a way, blah, blah, blah. Oh, literally, is he just reading this article on camera? Studies show. Let's see what that link is. The link to the full study can be found here. PLOS1, the varieties of contemplative experience, a mixed method study of meditation-related challenges in Western Buddhists. PLOS1. What is this journal? An inclusive journal community working together to advance science by making all rigorous research available without barriers. I gotta look this place up. What's their publishing page about? Okay, let's take a look. PLOS1. Impact Factor 2023. 3.240. Baha, I forget. What's a good impact score? Looks like their impact score has been increasing over the years, so that's good for them. PLOS1 is a fine journal. Okay, cool.
Term psychological damage. The only reason we hear about the good effects of meditation is because oftentimes
Baja blasts.
Only the good effects are reported on. Over 75% of meditation studies that are performed don't ask participants to report any negative effects they experience. But when subjects are asked to report negative effects, or when they're tested specifically for negative effects, the results are beyond disturbing. Now
I gotta see what let's read the abstract. Buddhist-derived meditation practices are currently being employed as a popular form of health promotion. While meditation programs draw inspiration from Buddhist textual sources for the benefits of meditation, these sources also acknowledge a wide range of other effects beyond health-related outcomes. The Varieties of Contemplative Experience study investigates meditation-related experiences that are typically underreported, particularly experiences that are described as challenging, difficult, distressing, functionally impairing, and/or requiring additional support. A mixed method approach featured qualitative interviews with Western Buddhist meditation practitioners and experts in Theravada, Zen, and Tibetan traditions. Interview questions probed meditation experiences and influencing factors, including interpretations and management strategies. A follow-up survey provided quantitative assessments of causality, impairment, and other demographic and practice-related variables. The content-driven thematic analysis of interviews yielded a taxonomy of 59 meditation-related experiences across 7 domains: cognitive, perceptual, affective, somatic, cognitive, sense of self. I gotta make sure I'm not missing anything else. Thank you. Sense of self and social. Even in cases where the phenomenology was similar across participants, interpretations of and responses to the experiences differed considerably. The associated valence ranged from very positive to very negative, and the associated level of distress and functional impairment ranged from minimal and transient to severe and enduring. In order to determine what factors may influence the valence, impact, and response to any given experience, the study also identified 26 categories influencing factors across 4 domains: practitioner-level factors, practice-level factors, relationships, and health behaviors. By identifying a broader range of experiences associated with meditation, along with the factors that contribute to the presence of management of experiences reported as challenging, difficult, distressing, or functionally impairing, this study aims to increase our understanding of the effects of contemplative practices and to provide resources for meditators, clinicians, medication researchers, and meditation teachers. Okay, so it basically seems like what they found was like, hey, sometimes meditation can cause distress and problems. And I know I'm not a scientist or a sociologist or any of this shit, but if I had to throw out a potential hypothesis, yeah, spending time just thinking contemplatively isn't always going to be a positive experience. Think about psychedelic drug trips, for instance. There are times that you can have a really good time, but you can have bad trips, where you end up introspecting very negatively about yourself, and feeling that you've exposed something within yourself, within your mind, that you didn't necessarily know was there. That doesn't mean the experience overall is bad. It just means that sometimes it can bring things to the forefront of your attention, your consciousness, your mind, that might be distressing to you. But this guy thinks it's demons.
There are many different meditation techniques, such as Vipassana meditation, which focuses on the interconnection between mind and body through focused breathing and physical sensations, or Transcendental meditation, which uses the repetition of a mantra to induce a trance-like state, to any kind of general mindfulness or insight meditation. But the following dangers apply to all techniques, and we know this because the studies we are about to look at include reports from each of
Mindfulness isn't even a specific thing to meditation. Like, mindfulness is just a general concept of, like, being mindful of yourself and present and thinking, like, what? He's basically saying, don't think, don't introspect. It's demons!
And what makes this conversation relevant right now is that this practice is continuing to become more and more popular in our society.
I like that he shows it's a billion-dollar industry. Yeah, that's capitalism. That's not the fault of meditation. Buddhists did not invent capitalism, I assure you.
It's currently a $1.2 billion industry that is still growing, and studies show it's being practiced by about 40% of Americans. It's being recommended by doctors, it's being recommended by therapists, it's being integrated into children's public schools, Catholic schools, prisons, and even the workplace. It's being promoted by some very influential people right now, such as Oprah Winfrey, Jim Carrey, Ellen DeGeneres, and even presidential candidate Marianne Williamson.
Oh my god, Orb Lady! Holy shit, I forgot about fucking Orb Lady!
This is an absolute staple practice in Eastern religions and in the New Age movement. And now it's beginning to be a staple in mainstream culture. So what we're going to do is allow the studies to speak for themselves and reveal to us the shocking truth about meditation that never gets...
Okay. I think I've heard enough of, Wish.com John Doyle.
G'day,
Look, a cooker.
folks. Lord Stompy here on Beardy's channel, guest presenter for today. So, we are going to be looking at the changing West that's rapidly evolving into a new satanically controlled state. And this is massive. We've had massive changes in our demographics. We're having massive changes in our economies, in the way money flows, and also on the ground. Here all over the West, we're having massive changes in our architecture. New players, globalists, all sorts of subversive people are coming in. They're rebuilding. They're buying up our countries. They're buying up the land under our feet. And
it's so funny to me how so many of these people recognize the issue of, like, private equity owning homes and businesses, like, property, and then using rent-seeking in order to basically, you know, landlord, you know? It's like they see that and they go, I'm fine with being taken advantage of, but it better be by a domestic corporation.
today, I'm going to be looking at those architectural changes here in our hometown of Adelaide, South Australia. We're going to be looking at some of the players behind those changes, and we're going to be starting here today. Her Majesty's Theatre. A couple of years ago, we had a black cube placed here, and Her Majesty's Theatre, which you probably can't see because the sun is behind it, had a major renovation at exactly the same time this black cube was put into the ground. There's another black cube that has been put into the ground about half a kilometre away. All the architecture pretty much in a straight line between these two black cubes has had exactly the same kinds of renovations. So we are going to investigate today who is doing these renovations, what kind of renovations, and exactly what it means for all of us here in Australia. Alright, so myself and Betty are out the back of Her Majesty's Theatre, and straight away, unexpectedly, we've run into some very satanic imagery here. So we just have innocent looking doll houses here. This is part of Unity Housing. Now I can tell you for a fact that Unity Housing, when they rebuilt this tower on the corner about 4 years ago, straight behind Her Majesty's Theatre, was Unity Housing was in charge of a lot of housing for disadvantaged Western people, including old geriatric people. Most of them, when they did this revamp of their building, most of these disadvantaged Australians got kicked out of their houses by Unity Housing. They were pressured, coerced and bullied.
So you're upset about gentrification. You're upset about gentrification then, which again is a capitalism problem. God fucking damn it. Every fucking time! They're not demons! They're not demons! They're rich, selfish assholes!
Now, I know this for a fact because one of my friends is an insider from Unity Housing, and they weren't happy.
At this point, like, When I think back about, like, how some people probably in the past have, like, invented cults and religions to control people, no fucking wonder. People are so stupid. You almost have to make up bullshit, because they're more willing to believe bullshit. You might as well fucking lie and just make shit up. Like, oh yeah, billionaires are all demons. They're all demons? They're demons, so we should tax them at a higher rate. God fucking damn it, people are dumb.
With how things went, and they are an older woman. She's about 60 years old, so she's a bit frail and weak, and she's terrified to speak out because she has been threatened by Unity Housing. But as we look at some of the symbolism in the windows...
It's not symbolism. It's not symbolism. You're missing the forest for the trees, you dumb motherfucker.
Unity Housing here, things get a lot more creepy. So... Adelaide.
Where do we start?
Adelaide to 2030, #20 Agenda 2030. It says 2 million people, and there's all this very.
Let's see. 30-year plan for Greater Adelaide. Welcome to the 30-year plan for Greater Adelaide. The 30-year plan for Greater Adelaide describes our plan for how Adelaide should grow to become a more livable, competitive, sustainable. It will guide the long-term growth of the city and its surroundings for over the next 30 years. The 30-year plan for Greater Adelaide was first prepared in 2010 and was updated in 2017 to respond to new challenges and opportunities. So I'm assuming the 2 million thing, are they hoping to have a 2 million population in Adelaide by the year 2030? It's a guess, I don't know, but it seems like it would have taken 5 seconds to look up what these things actually meant. But he just decided that it's a conspiracy for some reason? Okay.
Weird deranged imagery in here, no walking after dark. Ashton crocodiles.
Let me look. Adelaide. Is the population in here? Population. Oh, shit. Population. Yeah, right now their population is 1,387,290. Maybe trying to hit 2 million by the end of the decade. I know the thing said that their initiative was to create jobs and expand the city, so I'm assuming that's the point.
No skinny.
I just don't understand. I really don't understand how in this day and age, I understand maybe like 40 years ago, like it was difficult to get information. I've talked about this before. Think about it right now. Someone give me say a random thing, an animal in some random piece of clothing. Someone say it. Someone say a random animal in doing some random thing. I need it. Someone say something. Don't fucking say penis. That's not an animal. Savannah cat. Savannah cat what? Dog. You're not listening to me. Sheep jeans. Sheep jeans? Okay. Sheep in jeans. See, if it was like 1983 and you wanted to see a picture of a sheep in jeans, you're fucked. But we're on the internet. We're in a world where any information you want, you can find in 5 seconds. Okay? You get what I'm saying? Otter playing poker? Let's give that a shot. Otter playing poker. Boom, Otter's playing poker. Multiple fucking images of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, if it was 1983 and you wanted this, you just couldn't have it. You just don't get it. Information's hard to get. You gotta go to a library or something. This is a stand-in for information. Obviously, it's just a random picture, but you know what I mean. You know? But in this day and age, anything you're curious about, you can look up. Oh, what is this Adelaide 2030 thing? Fucking take 5 seconds to look it up, instead of making your own narrative in your own head. They're fundamentally incurious people. They don't want answers, they want reasons to form a narrative.
Dipping, whatever that means. Whoever's creating this art seems very traumatized. They've probably had a lot of MK Ultra. And here we go, the eyeball window. It says look and think, and the eyeball with the dark hands is, and the big lizard eyeball in the right hand corner are particularly satanic. As well as these...
I swear to God, a fundamental part, similar to like when we're talking about conspiracy theorists being unable to determine like meaning, their media literacy is really bad when we're talking about like movies and TV shows and books, if they read books. The same applies to art. They understand things that are representative. Like if you showed them a landscape or like, you know, Michelangelo's David, they're like, oh, I get that. It's pretty. But if you give them any kind of art that's abstract or maybe has some sort of like deeper theme and it's not representative, but it's like expressionistic or something, all of a sudden they can't fucking understand what art is. If it's not depicting a literal thing that you can see in real life, they're like, oh my God, it's demonic. It's like we live in a society where like millions and millions of medieval peasants just appeared one day and think everything is magic. It's so weird. When I was younger, I was under the impression that like post-Enlightenment, we had all kind of been like, okay, this whole reason thing, logic and science and stuff, this shit's pretty cool. Let's do that instead of blaming everything on demons. Apparently millions of people didn't get this memo. The whole Renaissance happened, and then the Enlightenment happened, and they were like, I'm not into it. I'll stick with the demons. I'll stick with the fucking demons.
People with these black silhouettes of a face and the satanic-looking symbolism on their head. So that, my friends, is the art display from Unity House. There you go, my fellow Australians. Welcome to the future. Unity communities here right behind Her Majesty's Theatre. And the future is you thrown out on the streets with a bunch of creepy satanic pedos in charge of this operation.
Community corporate. Mercy me. Marketing, advertising, media. What's this?
God fucking damn it. That's not even a symbol that's in it! Oh my God, it looks like a sun symbol. What are you doing? Again, like I said, non-representational art. Fucking demonic. I can't immediately suss out what this is in terms of real-life objects, so it must be sinister. God fucking damn, I hate these idiots. That would be, it actually looks like it's the symbols that are on playing cards. You got the hearts, the spades, the diamonds, and the clubs. So there you go. But I'm sure he thinks those symbols are all demonic in some way.
Easter eggs never end in the city. So... Masonic shush.
Is he gonna say something about the hands? He's gonna say the hands are pedophilic. I'm calling it.
Okay, so Her Majesty's
Oh, we didn't?
Theatre
Okay.
is a historic building that was built about 100 years ago. And since the renovation, these black structures have taken predominance, and all of this architecture around Adelaide, all these renovations, there's a total influence of black cubic structures as well as hexagon structures, and nearly all of it is in the colour black. So this is very symbolic of the people who are taking over our town.
Or, consider this, many buildings are squares, and black is a common color. Oh, there it is, the fucking anti-Semitism.
Jesus Christ. Incorporate this kind of purple light.
These people are just the worst. Oh boy. Not good.
What's up, guys? It's Pierce here with Global Freedom Network. Hope everyone's having a great day and all that good stuff. So I just watched this interview. It was a long interview.
I want you to point your attention to the the thing on his wall that says like pure blood, unvaccinated bullshit. It's like one of those word collages. Actually, my Twitch channel has one of these. Hold on. And my YouTube channel. I'll show you the YouTube one. That's kind of funny. See, my thing's got one of those word balloons. Word clouds. Except mine's, you know, not anti-vax bullshit.
It was an interesting one, but it was definitely long. It was like almost 5 hours. It was the Andrew Tate interview with that guy. He's got a popular podcast. I forget his name. I think it's like the Valuetainment podcast on YouTube there. And overall, I liked the interview. I'm not the hugest fan of Andrew Tate. I do agree with a lot of the things he says. With that being said, I do think he's a little hypocritical in a lot of aspects as well.
Have you considered you shouldn't like him because he's A, a rapist, and B, a human trafficker? Like, those are pretty good reasons not to like him, and that's not even getting into his general homophobia, misogyny bullshit. Like, this is like the things he has done. He is a physically and sexually abusive man who's trafficked people to use them. Holy hell.
For example, he tells men to stay away from porn and to be strong and be a man and all this stuff, which I agree with, right? I think a lot of the things he says, especially about, you know, men, it's right, it's good. But on the flip side, you know, he made a lot of his money off cam girls, you know, and gambling.
And by cam girls, you mean women who were trafficked and forced to make pornography because he made them and threatened them and beat them and raped them if they didn't. And even if they did, he did these things. Because the entire point is he's an abuser who's exerting control over victims.
Website.
I don't know if you guys saw, but Andrew Tate's charges in Romania got upped to like a higher level of charge. I think he might be fucked, which is good.
And casinos and stuff like this, and I know now he's more moved into like the kind of education type of
education, good fucking god.
Online education business. But
to be clear, this is not a video from, this was uploaded 2 days ago. This video does not predate him being arrested.
In the beginning, this is how he got a lot of his money from these kind of shady type areas.
Okay, never mind.
He's kind of getting into trouble now because his past is kind of catching up with him, kind of a thing. Whether you believe the claims or not, when you deal in those type of businesses, you're going to get this type of...
Okay, I'm going to say it. He looks like a default character option for a Bethesda game.
stuff that follows you.
What was that fucking laugh? You know, how human beings find things humorous. Ha 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 ha.
But regardless of, you know, his bit of hypocrisy there and all that stuff,
He's a Breton.
Do agree with his overall message. I agree.
It's the eyebrows. The eyebrows don't look right.
Agreed with the vast majority of things he has to say in that interview. I think it's a good watch. I recommend people to watch it.
It's funny, too, that he's talking about, like, manliness and men should be manly, but he clearly does his eyebrows, which is fine. That's great. Do your eyebrows. There's nothing wrong with that, but it's just funny how even he is part of shifting standards for men. Because, like, 20 years ago, guys who did their eyebrows like this were considered metrosexual, because back in the early 2000s, the standards for men were so low that taking a shower and grooming yourself was considered gay. But anyway.
But there's one thing that stood out to me. And it's just this cognitive dissonance that most people have when it comes to Trump. Right, my favorite guy in the whole world, Trump. I know I always
Trump is your favorite guy in the whole world. Wow.
End up talking about him on most videos, but it's because I believe it's a very important thing to hammer home to people, especially people in the freedom community.
In the freedom community, what does that even mean? People who always be concerned about people who tout freedom or liberty without more specifics about what it means, because it's not really a thing. They're using it as basically a shibboleth to say that they're an in-group, right? This is borderline a thought-stopping tool. Well, who cares what we do? We're for freedom, whatever that means to each individual member. Come on.
That this Trump guy is no good. And Andrew Tate can't see past the facade, or he doesn't want to see past the facade, or he does see past the facade of this Trump guy, but he's just lying to everybody. So those are the options, right? Either Andrew Tate is an idiot, or he's a liar. Those are essentially the two options there.
Porque lo nos dos.
But I'll get into a little bit what he was talking about. So, he made a few comments about how people are stupid for, injecting themselves with the vaccine because
that light is too harsh. It needs to be more diffuse.
Poison, which I 100% agree with. I'm very outspoken against these vaccines.
Well, that's pretty stupid of you. Do you not like science or what?
It's terrible what they're doing to people, especially children. And now we have to look at the root of that. Who pushed these vaccines? Who funded these vaccines through Operation Warp Speed? It was Donald Trump, right? So in one respect, Andrew Tate is like, look at these idiots, kind of taking these vaccines, which I agree with him on.
The funny thing is, I wonder if when he was in jail in Romania, I wonder if they made him get vaccinated. Because he's, being in jail. You don't want a spread of any disease in jail. Either way, it wouldn't surprise me if he's already been vaccinated. Andrew Tate's pretty fucking dumb, but I also think he knows how to play to his audience. He probably claims to be anti-vax, but I don't think he's stupid enough that he genuinely believes it's dangerous. I think he's probably been vaccinated.
And then out of in the next second, he'll make a comment about Trump and saying, I support Trump and I don't like people, like he was talking about Robert De Niro and Al Pacino. And he was like, I don't really like those guys.
Al Pacino, you say? Al Pacino being in this, or Abe Vigoda being in Good Burger. I know, he just had a kid. He's a fucking asshole.
And boom, there you have it.
Thanks, Al Pacino. I appreciate your fine work there. Native patriot on his bullshit again. Good Burger is actually... We watched Good Burger semi-recently. Good Burger holds up. Good Burger is actually pretty good. Just saying. They're making a Good Burger, too.
Your order? Just a Good Burger, please, and I'd like that to go.
One Good Burger! Holy fucking shit, I'm sorry. They edited that to be intentionally loud. And... Oh my god, why is this fucking edited? Anyone who makes fucking YouTube videos and intentionally, like, puts really loud parts in, I fucking hate you. Fucking stop. God, I'm sorry. I'm also wearing headphones. It hurt me too. I'm sorry. Ugh, these fucking people.
Welcome to Good Burger, home of...
I expected a meat patty.
Excuse me.
Dude, a meat patty's something. You asked for nothing.
Look, I ordered one Good Burger with nothing on it. That's what I gave you. No, you gave me a bun.
Just a bun.
Look, there's no
nothing
meat
on
here.
it.
But you said
you wanted nothing on it.
Yes, well,
I expected a meat patty.
Dude,
a meat patty's something. You said nothing.
Fizz,
is a meat pad something or nothing? Nothing? Something?
I win. All right, that rips it. I am reporting your name to the manager. The manager already knows my name. Oh, I'll see you in hell.
All right, see you there.
Okay, see you there.
Can you tell maybe I watched Good Burger a few times as a kid? Oh.
Hey.
El Minato says, honestly, almost all Nick movies were better than they had any right to be. A lot of them. The Rugrats movies weren't too bad.
Hey, check it, Ed. It's the Mondo Idiot. Oh, well, nice to meet you, Mondo Idiot.
I'm Ed.
Well, Ed, you better watch your butt, man. Okay.
Okay.
Look, you got a purpose for being here? Yeah, I do. I just thought you Good Burger losers should be aware that tonight is the grand opening of Mondo Burger. The second we open our doors, Good Burger goes in the grinder. Again with this grinder. Look, man, you either order something or you can get out of here. Yeah, sure, you can take my order. I'll have the
very last Good Burger.
Good Burger to go.
There's a pagoda.
I give up.
There's no way a guy can watch his own butt.
There is no way a guy can watch his own butt.
I remember this instead of math. I remember these instead of math. I don't have a career that makes sense because I remember Good Burger lines instead of math. There's actually one thing. Have you guys ever seen the... We're almost done with stream. This is probably like the last thing we're gonna do because we're done with the conspiracies. But Chris Farley, very shortly before he died, like very shortly, was on All That with future longest running cast member on SNL, Kenan Thompson. Very interesting. Stephen J. Neptune Man says, the best part is Ed telling Kenan his plan at the end of the movie. Yeah, that's good. I like the line at the end, too, where he's like, you don't want to be my friend? Or is it because I'm black, but they're both black? It's pretty funny.
And now, Channel 106B presents, live from his own kitchen, Cooking with Randi.
Hi, I'm Randi, and this is Cooking with Randi. Hi, Randi. Now, today I have a special surprise guest for you. He's a master chef all the way from Chicago,
I'm not sure if this streams anywhere. Maybe on Paramount Plus? I think Paramount, I think, owns Viacom. I think Viacom owns Nickelodeon. Having to unravel corporate umbrella structures to watch fucking shows.
Please welcome Chef Farley! How to do, Randy? Hey, how to do that, Chef Farley?
Yeah, I watched My Name is Earl. Still sad it never got a finale, though I've read what the writer said the ending would have been.
All right, now I understand you prepared some of your special dishes for us. That's right, Randy. Now, a little birdie told me that you have a special kind of hankering for chocolate. Well, yes. You might say that I enjoy chocolate. Well, then feast your eyes on this little baby right here. How do you like this one, Randy? Be still my chocolate heart. This here's a 7-layer chocolate cake with a chocolate mousse center covered in chocolate icing. It is lovely, Chef Farley. You know, the only thing I might add would be just a little bit more... I know. Ketchup. You read my mind. Ketchup boy. Ketchup. Come on in here. This here's Ketchup boy. How you doing, Ketchup boy? Just fine.
I feel like boys may be doing a lot of work there.
You got your own Ketchup boy? Doesn't everybody? Now stand back, Rando, because this can get a little ugly. You gotta do it just right. What are you doing? All in the wrist. What goes on? What is you doing? Many times I'll even take a little bit. A little bit more. Wait, man, what are you doing? I wasn't talking about ketchup. We're talking about ketchup? Well, don't knock it till you try it, Rando, because this stuff is good. Big stuff. No, nasty. Nasty? Look. I think I ought to explain how we do things here in Randy's world, you know what I'm saying? Take it away, Randu. Thank you. All right. Now.
I wonder what... For those who don't know, Chris Farley was originally cast as Shrek, and he actually recorded lines for Shrek, but then he died, and they re-recorded with Mike Myers. Alternate universe, I want to know what his version of Shrek would have been like.
I believe it is safe to say that everybody loves fried chicken. Well, you bet your fanny I do, Randy. Now here we see 14 legs of beautifully fried, crispy, crunchy chicken. Right here. Now, the only thing left to do to finish off the heaping beautiful plate of chicken is add a heaping helping of ketchup. I know. Hold on, Randy. Ketchup boy, come on out here. Ketchup boy. Now, Randy, you and I think alike. I don't want to. Many times I like the ketchup. Everybody loves a little ketchup. Is that what you said? No. Everybody loves ketchup. Everybody loves a little chocolate. There we go. That's pretty good. Hey, take this ketchup, boy.
You know, chocolate ain't half bad.
Not half bad. Get out of here! You're fired! You're never gonna serve ketchup again! Get out of here! You see?
This feels like someone's fetish. I mean, Dan Schneider was probably involved in this, so...
You can't beat chocolate. You can't beat chocolate. Randu, I'm worried about you. Look, Ed, you've been eating chocolate all your life, and all you got to show for it is a new crop of zits. I'm worried about you. Pretty soon you're gonna wake up Sunday morning after stealing Grandma's Spangled mints out of her candy dish. You're gonna end up in rehab a chocoholic. Are you on some kind of medication? Maybe, Randu, but stand back.
I think what strikes me with Chris Farley the most is the fact that there's no ego. Like, I don't know what he was like in real life, but when he's performing, bits like this require you to just fucking let go. You can't have any ego. You have to, like, be like, I'm gonna look like a fucking idiot, and this is gonna be great. You gotta be there for it, you know? You gotta really sell it. And he always did that. No matter what he was doing, he fucking did it. There was not even an ounce of, like, self-doubt, which ruins the bit if there's anything that's, like, hesitation. He fucking does it. It's perfect.
Because you better come over to the side.
And you can see it, too, with, you know, the famous Matt Foley sketch where he fell on the table accidentally, which was an accident in the first sketch that happened, but he just rolled with it. Like, that's perfect. What commitment to the bit.
Getcha. I will never forsake chocolate. Ketchup. Chocolate! Ketchup! Chocolate! Ketchup! Chocolate! Ketchup! What have you done here? What's happening here? You have aroused the chocolate gods! This is scaring me a little bit here. Hey, what's this? Yes! It is raining chocolate! Eat with me! All right, Randy, don't mind if I do. All we need is a real bit of ketchup on it.
Chris Farley, John Candy. Oh God, what's his name? Hello everyone, I'm Troy McClure. You might remember me from such films as Hartman. What's his first name? Anyway, all people just died too soon. Phil Hartman, thank you. Sad, sad stories. Anyway. Oh my God. The GameStop guy is losing his fucking mind. God. Delusional. Alright. Let's see who we're gonna raid. Just seeing what different people are doing. Wow, Jack's been going for 6 fucking hours? Jesus Christ. Okay. Wait, is she done?
Hours here. How are we all doing? How are you guys doing
I'm
right
checking
now?
if she's still going. Before I read.
Jam into the Patreon thinking? Yeah, wasn't that a vibe? But folks, if you're enjoying the show and enjoying the Hollow Knight, please consider dropping some subs or donos.
Seems like she's still going. We'll do a raid. Yes, tomorrow I will be at Pride. Like I said, if you happen to see me there, I'm not going to tell you which one. If you see me, you'll know. I'll be in a gay-ass romper and probably wearing these gay-ass sunglasses. If you see me at Pride tomorrow, feel free to say hi. You know, I'm not an unapproachable person. I'm a normal human being, at least, you know, on my weighted scale. So, again, if I see you, come say hi. Because you'll recognize me, but I won't recognize you. I don't know what you guys look like, for the most part. Alright, I'll see you guys later. And I'll see you Sunday for sure, for another stream. Patron-only live stream Sunday, too. Remember, it's Patreon Appreciation Month. Last week's got cut off short because Apple decided to copyright the video because I was watching one of their presentations about the goofy goggles thing they got going on. Anyway. I hope I see some of you there. If not, I get it. You're all around the country. You're not necessarily in Michigan, nor in my specific city. But anyway, I'll see you guys later. Have a good night.